Yeah. The mic is on. And it is the time to say good morning, India, and welcome to the Wipro Earthian Awards 2020. My God, what a big audience I have. Every year, I used to see school children across India sitting in an auditorium in the Wipro Sarjapur campus. And this year, pata hai kya hua? Arey, not only just one little auditorium in Bangalore, but the entire country. That's the audience I have. And of course, all of you, schools, colleges, my goodness, in Purulia, in places in Mainpuri, Bihar, West Bengal, Wayanad, Kerala, Ahmedabad, Pune, and all of you are looking so lovely. I can see you. Yeah, I can see you all. And that's why I take this time to say that I am Vasanthi Hariprakash. I am a journalist. I am, of course, from the world of radio and television, but I'm so proud. I'm very proud every year to stand here and to welcome you to India's largest sustainability education program. And it's called, of course, as you know, and you're going to say it from wherever you are, that welcome to the 10th edition of Wipro Earthian. Yes, so you can call me Vasanthi anytime during the program. And we are going to have a beautifully lined up, series of things that you are going to do, the awards that you have won, और जो आप लोगों ने ये जो जीते हैं अपने लिए पुरस्कार और जो काम किया है पूरे साल. Today is that day when it all happens, okay? So let me quickly tell you that the endeavor, especially while welcoming teachers, while welcoming the jury, while welcoming all the special people who make this happen year after year for a decade, let me tell you that Wipro Earthian creates a platform that will enable different stakeholders in the higher education ecosystem to come together and to co-create new pathways in sustainability education. So 10 years back, इस program को इसी वजह से start किया गया. And so Wipro Earthian, as you know, which is India-wide, a nation-wide program, and it engages with colleges and schools in addressing some of these big questions before us. We are just coming out of a worldwide lockdown. We are just slowly coming out, and that's the reason why you're not able to travel, to Bangalore and meet each other. But the beautiful thing is that we are all together on this virtual forum. Before I tell you anything, जो भी हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं, whoever is logging in, யாரெல்லாம் எங்கிருந்து நீங்க login பண்றீங்களோ, may I request you to pin that screen. So उससे क्या होगा that whoever, whether it's me standing before you, or all the special people who will come onto the stage, you will be able to see them properly and clearly on your screen. Since 2011, Wipro Earthian has engaged with more than 55,000 institutes, 130,000 students and 13,000 teachers. Just take a moment to think of that number. With the outbreak of COVID, of course, this year has brought with it a very unique set of challenges. And in such circumstances, programs like these are ever more relevant. Nothing can replace the richness. आप सब लोग अगर यहाँ होते तो वो energy कुछ और ही बात होती यार. पर because of this, as we said, keeping everybody's safety and well-being in mind, we have done this, and there's an entire team. You're only seeing me, but there are invisible hands that have made this possible. So, let me tell you that despite what it is this year, we have received close to 900, Umbai Nuru, right, as you would say it in Kannada, submissions from schools and colleges. And this stands testament to the enthusiasm, commitment, and passion that hundreds of educators and students have towards this program and sort of this vision. So for me particularly, while I welcome you once again, it's a joy to see teams from across the country, how you're gathering to celebrate this hard work and commitment. So now let's introduce someone who is going to be taking this place on the stage. He is someone who some of you have seen year after year, वो stage पे आके बैठते हैं और बहुत अच्छी बातें सबको बताते हैं, है ना? So wherever you are, you're going to join me in clapping and welcoming Mr. Anurag Bihar, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer at Wipro Limited. And I'm going to toss this to Anurag to say all that he wants to all of you. Anurag, namaskara. While we welcome Anurag, yes, I think I can hear from my magic ears that Anurag is somewhere here. But meanwhile, this is also time for you, whoever is watching from across the screens, to even keep a little notebook ready with you. Agar kuch sawal puchna ho uske baad, all these things or thoughts that come to your mind. So, do we have Anurag with us? I see. Right. So, लगता है कुछ तो मतलब कुछ हम तब तक ये तैयारी करें. And meanwhile, I would also tell you that we are going to be having a very world-renowned author with us. And that's right after Anurag speaks. I have a feeling that Anurag has already joined us. He looks like he's come back from maybe some round of exercise and running. Is that right, Anurag?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Yes, Anurag. So I think it's over to you. How does it feel in this virtual version of Wipro Earthian 2020?
It is not the same. We've been doing this for many years now. It is not the same. But, they say that one has to face reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. So the reality today is that we are facing this unprecedented pandemic. And that we are able to do this online, that itself is such a wonderful thing.
Bilkul.
So instead of ruing for what it could have been, I think we should celebrate what we are doing. So Vasanti, thank you so much. As always, it's a pleasure to have you here with me on the stage, or with you on the stage.
Thank you. Yes, Anurag. Everyone's now waiting to hear your words.
So Vasanti, how much time do you have? You are the master of ceremonies.
Yeah. You know, the moment you ask me, आप जब मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं, तो I'll have to do a quick consultation with everybody who's listening in, क्योंकि वो लोग मेरे कानों में आके कहेंगे कि वसंती, okay, you can give this much to sir. Let me tick, 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 tick. Okay, I'm hearing the word aid, Anurag. This is what people who are the award winners from across the country are saying कि 5 नहीं 3 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा दे दिए जाएं आपको.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया 3 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा के लिए. मुझे लगा आप 8 घंटे कह रही हैं, 8 मिनट नहीं.
Yes, of course.
So, welcome everybody. It's absolutely wonderful to have you here. It's one of those things every year that all of us really look forward to. And let me take you back to the past 1 week, पिछले हफ्ते. And let me start there with a brief story. पिछले हफ्ते, the whole of last week, I was in a district of Raigad in Chhattisgarh. And those of you who are familiar with the geography of India, Raigad is eastern Chhattisgarh, and it's that city over the past, or that area over the past 25-30 years has just changed beyond recognition. It is a hub of steel plants, of power plants. Strangely for me, that's the place where my grandparents, their grandparents, they come from. Small town called Sarangarh. So as a child, I used to go to that place very often, very, very often. I would say twice a year at least. I've gone there over the past 40 years a few times, but this time I spent an entire week traversing, going through the district, पूरे जिले में, अलग-अलग शहरों में, गांवों में, सब जगह गया. And it was a very curious experience. And that is because, on one hand, that district, which was, just deeply mired in poverty, then there is a lot of wealth there now. You can see that. You have ugly looking malls, theaters, and everything that wealth sort of brings these days. And on the other hand, the pristine, beautiful place that it was, lush green forests, streams, mountains, they're all gone, all finished. It's all cut away, right? So I run 6 days a week. I went running. 4 days I went running. And I couldn't run. That's the way the air is. And I'm used to running 20 kilometers. I run half marathons. And I could run even 10. So you have, on one hand, over these 25-30 years, I think enormous wealth has been created in that deeply disadvantaged district. And at the same time, the place really is destroyed, I would say. Yeah. Now, is that the choice that faces us? Is that the choice that faces us? ये क्या हमारे साथ, हमारे सामने, हमारे समक्ष, यही प्रश्न है. That do we choose wealth with this kind of devastation? Or is there a way of something that can happen together? So, that is really the central quest. यही मूल प्रश्न है जिसके ऊपर हम लोगों ने विप्रो में विचार करना शुरू किया आज से 15 साल पहले. And we said we can't have economic development, where maybe wealth is created. And by the way, the wealth that is created, is it equitably distributed? I don't think so. Not in Raigad, not anywhere. It's not so. वो जो wealth create हुआ है वो भी कुछ लोगों के पास है उस जिले में भी. in that district also. So do we want economic development at the cost of human justice, at the cost of the environment? That's the question that we grappled with 15 saal pehle, 15, 16, 17 saal pehle. And then it was quite clear to us that this is not acceptable to us. And therefore, we will try and do our best to figure out ways by which, of course, there should be economic development, because that's central to human well-being, powering human well-being. But that cannot be at the cost of justice and at the cost of the environment. So we did many things. We made a commitment to make Wipro much more sustainable. And we've done, I think, quite well on that. But we equally made a commitment that we will try and do whatever we can around us, अपने आसपास, जिन लोगों के साथ हम रहते हैं, जो हमारी community है, उनके लिए we'll try and do as much as we can. And that is how actually Wipro Earthian came into being. Because at that point in time, as much as we were committed to the environment and environmental sustainability, there was a much longer history of our working with schools and colleges. So we said, why don't we put this thing together? Why don't we put this thing together and try and work such that from our side, we can make whatever contribution, little contribution that we can make by engaging the young of this world, of our country, actually across the world, right? Such that these very fundamental questions and the capacities to search for those answers for those questions, both can be fostered in some manner. And of course, capacities to ask the question, to search for the answers about what are these trade-offs that we are making? What are the costs of what we do? The capacities to search for the answers for those questions, and even more importantly, the values that underpin what kind of world do we want for ourselves? Do we want a world which has equity and justice and harmony with nature? Or do we not care for that world? So that really was a central quest with which we started Wipro Earthian. It has been an absolutely terrific journey, absolutely terrific journey. It has been energizing. Every year we do this, and every year, children from schools, young people from colleges, they come up with absolutely incredible things. And every year we go re-energized that we'll come back again next year and see something even more wonderful, even more beautiful. Most importantly, having done this now for such a long time, what it has done to us, to the company and the people who are, of course, associated individually, collectively, it really is the font of hope. It is the font of hope because what we see is the young of this country, the young of this world. They are engaging deeply in this fundamental matter, which will really shape the entire future of humanity. So thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here. It is absolutely wonderful. And David, thank you so much for doing this. It's really wonderful. I'm really looking forward to your talk. Vasanti, with that, thank you again.
अनुराग, आपको तो 8 घंटे दिए गए थे, 8 hours, but he's very kindly taken only 8 minutes to make his point so crisply, as always. You see, all those who are watching this, Wipro Earthian Awards 2020, and actually heard what Anurag was saying, कि ईस्टर्न छत्तीसगढ़ में कैसा हुआ करता था और अब क्या हो रहा है, और ये दुख की बात है, but also the good bit is that there is something constructive. You're not just saying, oh no, this has happened, but you're actually doing corrective measures. और वो कैसे हो रहा है? Across schools, across colleges. You people are the witness to that. Let me tell you that Anurag actually writes a lovely column as well in Mint, and that is something which also gives a lot of food for thought. And now one more person is with us, and he is somebody who has penned 15 books of fiction and non-fiction. You're going to listen to him. Like I said, अपने notebooks को आप ready रख सकते हैं, and whatever thoughts that enter, because I'm going to be welcoming a world-renowned author and journalist to this award ceremony right now. He has published 200 articles, more than that, for National Geographic, the New York Times, the Atlantic, Rolling Stone. So many magazines, इस तरह से काफ़ी इन्होंने लिखे हैं. He's a 3-time recipient of the National Magazine Award and has been honored with an Academy Award from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. In other words, काफ़ी बड़े बड़े पुरस्कार इन्हें मिले हैं. काफ़ी लोग इन्हें पढ़ते हैं, इनको फॉलो करते हैं कि इनकी विचारधारा क्या है. और किसी ने ये भी कहा कि he is not just a science journalist who has exploration तो करते ही हैं, पर उसके साथ साथ सिंथेसिस और स्टोरी टेलिंग भी, यानी कि उस चीज़ को बताते भी बड़े बहुत प्यारे तरीके से हैं. And he's the author of Spillover, Animal Infections and the Next Human Pandemic. And using the lens of this book, we listen in and discuss as David takes us through his research, through his insights, and how we have broken down the buffers between us and the natural world, and how do we understand the workings of a pandemic that we have just kind of gone through and still are, and where we can course correct. So join me in clapping. Like I said, आप mute पे हैं, पर फिर भी you can clap from wherever you are, and I'm sure David is going to be listening to that resounding applause from across India as we welcome him to Wipro Earthian Awards 2020. David, it's now all yours.
Vasanti, thank you very much. Anurag, thank you very much. Thank you all very much for welcoming me. I'm very, very glad. I'm very, very glad to be back in Bangalore, at least virtually, to be back in India, at least virtually. I'm very glad to be part of the Wipro Earthian Awards of 2020. I'm honored to be part of an event that celebrates you, the awards winners, you young people who have earned these awards. So I have many good friends in India. I go there when I can. I was going to be in India during 2020 in Rajasthan at an event, but that was one of the many things that we all had to lose, canceled because of COVID-19. So be it, we will be together again. I'm going to talk to you this evening for me. I'm in Bozeman, Montana. The snow is deep outside. The temperature is 10 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. Maybe some of you young scientists can, in your minds, quickly do the calculation to convert 10 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit into Celsius, and you'll know that it's chilly here. I'm going to talk to you tonight about the context, the broader context of this pandemic that we're going through and what it has to do with sustainability, the theme that brings us all together. Let me start with this. Everything comes from somewhere, and dangerous new viruses, scary new viruses that appear as infections in the human population, they come from wildlife. They come from wildlife. And why is that? It's because viruses can only live and reproduce in cellular creatures. Viruses are not cells. Viruses are just little packets of genetic material wrapped in protein. They are genetic parasites. They can only replicate themselves, live, reproduce, and spread when they insert themselves into the cells of cellular creatures. And by cellular creatures, I mean animals, plants, fungi, bacteria. All of those are cellular creatures. So viruses must live in cellular creatures. And those viruses that live in animals are the ones that are most likely to be able to leap into humans. I've heard estimates. We live in a world of viruses. The world does not belong to humanity. In a sense, the world belongs to viruses. Viruses are everywhere. Viruses are abundant in the oceans. Viruses are everywhere on land. Viruses exist in unique forms in all living cellular creatures. I've seen one estimate that birds and mammals alone contain perhaps 1.7 million unique kinds of viruses. And birds and mammals are the sources from which viruses come to us. Influenza viruses tend to come from wild birds into domestic livestock and then into humans, the influenza viruses, and most other dangerous new viruses in humans come from mammals, from bats, from rodents, from non-human primates, etc. If a virus passes from a non-human animal into a human and succeeds in replicating in this new host, a new form of habitat, we call that a spillover. And that's why my 2012 book was titled Spillover: Animal Infections and the Next Human Pandemic. A spillover, a virus or other pathogen, but particularly viruses we're talking about today, spills over from its non-human animal host into its first human victim. Now, the word spill is chosen with some consciousness. Viruses do not climb into humans from non-human animals. They fall into humans. They come into us without willing it. They fall into us because there is opportunity. A virus can't run, it can't walk, it can't swim, it can't fly. A virus rides. So a virus rides around in its non-human animal host until there is some moment when there's contact between a non-human animal host and a human, and then it might spill into a human and take hold. That's spillover. If the virus succeeds not only in replicating itself and passing from one cell inside a human being to another cell, for instance, it's in your respiratory cells, and it passes from one respiratory cell into another in your throat, in your windpipe, and then if it succeeds in passing from the first human into a second human and to a third human and then to a dozen other humans and 24 other humans, we call that an outbreak. An outbreak of a new virus in humans causing a disease, an outbreak of a new disease. If it spreads onward, crosses a country, infects thousands of people across a country, we call that an epidemic. And if it gets to an international airport and rides in a human on a plane to another country and another country and another country and spreads around the world, then we have a pandemic. So those are the 4 stages: spillover, outbreak, epidemic, pandemic. I'll come back to those. Those are important. How does this happen? How does it happen that a new virus passes from a non-human animal to a human? It happens because of ecological disruption. It happens because of disruptive contact between humans and wild animals. It happens because we humans go into a richly diverse ecosystem and we capture wild animals and we ship them to market live, or we kill them for food. We cut down trees for timber. We build a timber camp and establish a little outpost of humans, hungry, working humans in this tropical forest. We extract fossil fuels from this place. We extract strategic minerals from this place. And in the course of doing all this, we offer opportunity to these viruses living in wild animals to spill into humans and to become human viruses. And when that happens, it can be a fateful event. It's been happening increasingly over the last 60 or 80 years. I can mention a whole drumbeat of spillovers, some of which you've never heard of, and some of which have turned into pandemics. Machupo virus, 1961 in Bolivia, came out of rodents, got into people, caused Bolivian hemorrhagic fever, killed people. but it was controlled. It didn't pass rampantly from human to human. 1961, 1967, Marburg virus, a relative of the famous, infamous Ebola virus. 1967, coming out of Uganda in monkeys that were shipped to Germany for research purposes. The monkeys carried this virus. The virus spread among researchers at a laboratory in Marburg, Germany, killing a number of them, became known as Marburg Virus. 1976, Ebola itself was first recognized in the Democratic Republic of Congo and in the Sudan, a very, very dangerous new virus. Coming out of an animal whose identity we still don't know. 1981, HIV, the AIDS-causing virus, was recognized. It had spilled over earlier from a chimpanzee, possibly much earlier, gotten into humans, the HIV virus, and that did become a pandemic and has now killed, is it 38 million people around the world right now? And another 35 million or so are living with it. That came out of a single chimpanzee into a single human in a moment of spillover. And the drumbeat goes on. 1993, hantavirus in the southwestern United States, a new virus coming out of rodents. 1994, Hendra virus in Australia, a virus coming out of bats, falling from bats into a pasture where racehorses grazed, picked up by racehorses eating the grass, passed from one horse to another, and then into humans, killing 1 in 3 of the humans that were exposed to it. Hendra virus, Nipah virus, Malaysia, 1998, coming also out of bats, falling into pigs on pig farms, and then from the pig farms to pig farmers and pork dealers. Also a very lethal virus. 1999, West Nile virus arrives in New York. 2002, 2003, the original Sars virus comes out of southern China and spreads around the world. Kills 1 in 10 people that it infects, but fortunately, it only infects about 8,000 people before it is stopped by fast science and rigorous public health. And so the drumbeat goes on. MERS, Saudi Arabia, 2012. Zika virus, 2015. Finally, this virus, what we call SARS-CoV-2, causing the COVID-19 pandemic, which, as we know, began in December and January a year ago. These terrible events that have happened because beginning with spillovers of animal viruses into humans. Some people say, well, this new virus, it began in China. We've heard that it probably comes from a bat. That's correct. It does probably come from a bat, almost certainly comes from a bat. How did it get into humans? We don't know. This is still an important mystery. There was a World Health Organization team investigating this in China until just a few days ago, investigating the question of the origins of this virus. We know almost certainly that it came from a bat, got into humans somehow, and we don't yet know how. Some people say it came from a market, a so-called wet market, selling wildlife alive in cages, along with domestic livestock and fresh meat and fresh seafood in this market. Well, reconsideration of the evidence has shown that it probably did not begin in that market. It probably began earlier, somewhere in China, possibly in the city of Wuhan, possibly somewhere else, when the virus passed from a bat into a human, and then quietly into another human, quietly into another human, and eventually the virus got to the city of Wuhan and got to that market, probably passed from a human to other humans in that market, rather than from a bat to other humans in that market. But we don't know yet. This is what disease scientists work on. This is one of the things that the people who research this subject work on, the mysteries of where and how a new virus that has spilled over into humans did that. From what wild animal, what reservoir host into humans, and how did it happen? Why do we want to know that? Because it's important to know that so that we can prevent the next spillover. Okay? So some people say, well, all right, if that happened in or near a wet market in China, that's because those people eat wildlife. Those people maybe think that it's good to eat bats as food, wild porcupines, bamboo rats, etc. That's not our responsibility. That is their fault. Well, no. I want to say that we all have a share of this responsibility. It's not just the eating of wildlife. It's all of the things that we do to make for less sustainable activities on this planet. The things that we do, all of the choices that we make as human beings. There are 8 billion of us humans on this planet right now. We're smart, we're wonderful, we're capable of music, we're capable of dance, we're capable of cricket, we're capable of grandmaster chess, we're capable of ballet, we're capable of science, we're capable of mathematics, but we are hungry. And we are consuming resources from the rest of the natural world. With all the choices that we make as individuals and as nations, as countries, all of the choices that we make, for instance, what we eat, what we wear, what we buy in all other ways, how much fossil fuel we burn, what other products we consume, how many children we have, if we have children, how much we travel. I travel a lot, or I did before COVID-19. I'm learning by way of the value of Zoom that I can do my work without traveling so much. That's good. All of the choices that we make have impacts on this problem. For instance, if you have a cell phone, as I do, if you have a cell phone or if you have a computer, you are a customer for a mineral called coltan, which is necessary to make tantalum capacitors, components of cell phones, smartphones, and computers. Tantalum capacitors. Without tantalum capacitors, we have no fancy electronic devices. Without coltan, we have no tantalum capacitors. Where does coltan come from? It is mined in only a few places around the world, including sites in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, such as Kahuzi-Biega National Park, wild areas, richly diverse forest ecosystems with mines in them to pull coltan out of the earth, where men and women, Congolese men and women, are working hard with their hands to mine coltan for us. And what do those people eat when they're there mining coltan? Can they go to the grocery store? Can they buy preserved meats? Can they buy chicken wrapped in plastic? No. They need protein. So what do they eat? They, in most cases, we must assume, eat wildlife, eat local wildlife for their protein. Rodents, primates, porcupines, bats, and other local creatures. And in doing that, they expose themselves to the viruses that those animals carry. And so for us, to mine coltan for us, they are exposing themselves to dangerous new viruses that could pass among them from individual to individual, could pass back to the cities of the Eastern Congo, to the capital city of Kinshasa, onward from Kinshasa to Dubai and London and Mumbai and other cities, major cities around the world, and it could turn into another pandemic. So that's a way of understanding that we all have a responsibility. We all share some of the responsibility for this problem. Now, I don't want to seem like this is all doom and gloom. It's not. There are things we can do about this. We can reduce our imprint. We can reduce the footprint that each of us inflict on the natural world and that our collective communities inflict on the natural world by the choices that we make, as I've already described. And that can perhaps reduce the possibility of future spillovers where these things all begin. We can also, with decisions that are made at the national level, but which we contribute to as voters in the American democracy and the Indian democracy and other democracies around the world, we can vote for wise leaders who devise wise programs of international cooperation, national development, of scientific capacity, training young people as molecular biologists, training young people as disease scientists, training young people as medical doctors and veterinarians, wildlife veterinarians, a very important profession in this whole picture, and creating international networks of response and virus discovery so that people can go out and do research on which viruses live in which animals and how human beings come in contact with those animals, creating the danger of viral spillover and the possibility of new pandemics, and creating networks of surveillance and response so that when there is a spillover in a remote village in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or in a little tiny town in the southwestern United States, or in a remote village in India, so that when there is a spillover that causes an outbreak of a dozen people, 24 people becoming sick from a strange new disease that is identified, well, that needs to be identified, we can have people on the scene, local people, national people from that country who have been trained to respond, to go to a site of an outbreak and do the detective work that determines what's causing this disease. Is it an old disease or is it a new disease? If it's a new disease, what causes it? A virus? If so, which virus? Let's catch that virus. Let's culture that virus, grow that virus. Let's sequence the genome of that virus. Ah, it's a coronavirus. It's a new coronavirus, never before seen in the human population. Well, let's activate our network around the world of response so that immediately people in our country and in other countries are working on adapting vaccination platforms that have been developed for coronaviruses to this particular coronavirus, adapting diagnostic test kits that have developed for all kinds of viruses that can be made to detect this particular virus so that we can get those diagnostic test kits out everywhere, to airport checkpoints, to border checkpoints, to other places so that we have testing, develop our capacity so that we are sequencing the genome of as many samples in different human patients as possible. Why do we do that? Because if we sequence the genomes of as many human patients as possible in a given country, we can track mutations and clusters of mutations called variants. As they spread, we can see the family tree of this virus as it mutates and evolves and adapts, perhaps trying to escape from our vaccines. We can see that if we are sequencing enough genomes and processing them with our computer power and communicating from one country to another. I have this genome, I have that genome, let's see it, let's put it into my program. Let's put it into this program called Next Strain, and we can build the entire family tree of this virus and see, aha, there is a variant in the United Kingdom, and it is spread from southeastern England to London and across the UK. Now it's in America also, it's in some other countries. Aha, there's a variant in South Africa. It contains some potentially dangerous mutations. It is also spreading fast. It might be more transmissible. We need to track it. We do that by sequencing genomes and building family trees and watching this thing as it spreads, as it changes, as it evolves. We can do all of these things if we choose to, if we commit to spending the money and the political will to be prepared for the next pandemic. Because, my friends, when we get control of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we hope that we will soon with vaccines and with non-pharmaceutical measures, cooperation among communities, wearing masks, social distancing, plus vaccines, plus therapeutics, drugs to fight this disease, to fight the infection once it's in people. As we do that, when we get past the COVID-19 pandemic stage, and this is merely another infection that threatens us occasionally, but does not shut down our countries, does not shut down our economies. When we get to that point, we should celebrate for 5 minutes and then start preparing for the next one. Because there will be a next one. There will be another one coming. Not necessarily a pandemic, but a pandemic threat. There will be a spillover. A virus will pass out of a wild animal into a human, possibly out of a bat. I haven't even said why bats have been implicated in so many of these. Bats are wonderful. Let me stop here and just say a few words for bats before I finish. Many of these viruses come from bats. Marburg virus from bats. Hendra virus in Australia from bats. Nipah virus in Malaysia and Bangladesh, and also to some extent Eastern India, bats. SARS 1, 2003 from southern China, bats. This virus, probably from bats. Ebola virus, probably from bats. What is it about bats? Let me answer that. They seem to be overly represented as the hosts, the reservoir hosts of these viruses. And people say, well, so it's the fault of bats. We should get rid of bats. No, we don't want to get rid of bats. You know as well as I know, bats are beautiful, complex, wondrous creatures. The big giant fruit bats and the small insectivorous bats. We need them as parts of our ecosystems. They eat insects that can be pests. They control crop pests. They pollinate trees. They transport seeds of trees from one place to another and help trees propagate themselves. Bats perform a number of important functions, but they do seem to be overly represented as reservoir hosts of these viruses. Why? Well, one reason is that bats are overly represented among mammals. 1 in every 5 mammals, actually more than 1 in every 5 mammals by species diversity is a bat. 1 in every 5 species of mammal is a species of bat. So they're extraordinarily diverse, more than 1,400 species of bats. So if they seem overly represented, it might be that they're overly represented among the diversity of mammals, but there's more. Bats live long lives. A little bat the size of a mouse can live 20 or 30 years. A mouse is lucky to live 2 or 3 years. They roost together in very dense aggregations. I've seen 60,000 bats huddled together on the wall of a cave, roosting together 3 and 4 bats deep, with the mothers having the little bat pups at their breasts. So both of those things, long lives and roosting together in masses, are perfect circumstances for the circulation, the endless circulation of viruses in a particular population of bats. In addition to that, bats have immune systems that are more forgiving of strange elements such as viruses in their bodies. Why is that? Well, part of the reason seems to be because bats, as the only flying mammals, the only truly flying mammals, undergo extraordinary physiological stress, metabolic stress. Their heart rates increase by orders of magnitude when they start to fly, between when they're hibernating in a cave and when they're flying, extraordinarily increasing heart rate. other stresses on their physiologies as they fly. And those stresses set loose unstable molecules in their bodies. And those unstable molecules are things that can be detected by sensitive immune systems, just the way viruses are detected by sensitive immune systems. So bats seem to have evolved less sensitivity in their immune systems over millions of years, so that they're not in a constant state of autoimmune disease. So they are more forgiving of viruses, they carry more viruses, there are more kinds of bats, and therefore they turn up more as the animals from which viruses come to humans. But bats don't want to give us their viruses, and the viruses don't want necessarily to jump from bats into humans. It's all a matter of opportunity, and we give them the opportunity by our unsustainable activities, by disrupting wild ecosystems and coming in conflict with these animals. And now, as I said, as I was finishing up, we can control that. We can control that by reducing our footprint, by reducing our consumption, by limiting our population increase, and by helping our governments develop the responsiveness so that not only do we decrease spillovers, but we are able to control outbreaks before they turn into epidemics and pandemics. We can do that. We can do that. And so after we celebrate the end of COVID-19, we will be ready to start planning. We will already be planning for the prevention of COVID-23 or influenza 2025. We will be ready to meet those challenges and protect the human population of the world by doing a better job at protecting the rest of the natural world. And it's for those kinds of activities that we're celebrating you at the Wipro Earthian Awards today. So again, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this. I'm honored.
Common. If only you could hear, and if it was really any other year, you could have really heard the response from the children. And these are very bright, innocent, young, promising minds who I hope will carry forward what you have said in your speech. Allow me a couple of minutes to try and capture the gist of what you said in Hindi, because there are many students. I think it'll benefit if I just kind of tell them little parts of what you just shared. तो यूं तो जो भी आपने अभी सुना डेविड जी कह रहे थे हमसे, उनमें से जो कुछ अगर हम कुछ भाग को लेते हैं, जैसे चमगादड़ के बारे में उन्होंने बताया, बैट बर्ड जिसे कहते हैं, आप उसे देखते भी हैं ऐसे उल्टा ऐसे लटकता है ना, तो उस बैट के बारे में और वो जो वायरस वहाँ से जो निकलती है, और इस साल पैंडेमिक के दौरान ये बैट काफ़ी खबरों में रही, और ये कैसे मतलब ह्यूमंस को, मनुष्य को कैसे ट्रांसफ़र हुआ, इस बारे में भी उन्होंने, डेविड ने काफ़ी इसे बताया. पर ये भी कहा कि जो भी हमारे साथ और हमारी इस दुनिया में जो हुआ, और हमें बहुत दुख हुआ कि क्या ऐसे हो गया पैंडेमिक, और किसी ने इसका ऐसा अनुभव किया ही नहीं था कि ऐसे कुछ हो सकता है. हमारे यहाँ जो दादी हैं या नानी हैं, हमारे मम्मी पापा हैं, इवन दे वुड नॉट हैव नोटिस्ड, अपने जो पेरेंट्स हैं, कि समथिंग लाइक दिस कुड हैपन, इजंट इट. पर डेविड ने ये कहा कि इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि अरे हम इतने सैड हो जाएं कि कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. इससे अच्छा तो ये है कि हम तैयारी करें कि कोविड की जो 2023 यानी कि 2023 साल में जो शायद ये ऐसे दोबारा अगर होने की संभावना हो, तो उसे हम यहीं रोक लें. और इसके लिए ये ज़रूरी है कि आप जैसे युवा और आप जैसे मतलब काफ़ी सारे जो वैज्ञानिक हैं वो साथ आएं और रिसर्च करें और कुछ मॉलिक्यूल साइंटिस्ट बने, कुछ अच्छे काम करें. तो उन्होंने ये भी बताया कि हम में से रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, जो हम लोग इतना सारा ट्रैवल करते हैं, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट रहता है, और हम जो फ़ोन यूज़ करते हैं उसके बारे में डेविड ने काफ़ी बताया कि कोल्ड टैन नाम की जो एक मटेरियल जो होता है, उससे जो कैपेसिटर्स, यस, तो डेविड दिखा भी रहे हैं कि अच्छा ये है सेल फोन. तो हम लोग अक्सर ये सोचते नहीं हैं कि वी हैव अ सेल फोन. हम कहते हैं कि ओ वी आर एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट और हम ये ना परिसर की रक्षा करेंगे, पर्यावरण की. पर ये जो छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं ये हम नहीं देख पाते. तो ये जो फ़ोन है उसमें जो कोल्टन लगता है, वो कॉन्गो में जहाँ पर जो माइनिंग वगैरह इसको करके निकालते हैं और उस चीज़ से ये बनाते हैं, मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं, तो वो वहाँ के निवासी क्या खा पाते हैं? क्या मतलब कोई पिज़्ज़ा बर्गर ऑर्डर करके खाएंगे क्या, या कुछ ऐसे? तो वो जहाँ पर वो जो वन्य प्राणी है, जो वाइल्ड लाइफ या जो कहते हैं, उसको ही उन्हें खाना पड़ता है, तो वो भी हमेशा उनके रिस्क में रहता है कि इस तरह की एक्सपोजर हो जाए, और कब पता कि एनिमल किंगडम से ह्यूमन तक ये वायरस वगैरह पहुंच जाएं। तो मैं अभी फ़िलहाल यहीं पे रोकती हूँ। वैसे तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें कही थी, लेकिन जो ये रिकॉर्डिंग है, मे बी यू कैन सी दैट अगेन, और धीरे धीरे उसको प्ले और रीप्ले करके कि डेविड कॉमन ने आखिर क्या बताया। उन्होंने काफ़ी और किताबें लिखी हैं, द टैंगल ट्री एक है, और डोडो के, तो ये सब आप ज़रूर, you should go online and you should also find out what more David has said, and it's fantastic, isn't it, कि विप्रो earthian का टीम जो है वो डेविड को वहाँ से, मतलब अमेरिका से हम तक आज पहुँचा के उनकी बातें हम इतनी करीबी से सुन पा रहे हैं, तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। Some of you have already sent me questions, so I'm going to toss this back to David and say that, are you ready for some of the questions that people have for you?
I am, Vasanti, and that was very, very skillful what you just did.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. It's just the benefit of knowing about 6 languages, David, that I get to put to good use. And yes, of course, in terms of representation, there are also students from the far deep south. So abhi filhal, we just had to use Hindi as a thing, but later on, I'm sure we'll find a way to translate your speech. But meanwhile, Digangana Mehdi from Ayang Trust, are you ready with your question? Digangana, I can now see you on the screen. And of course, David is here with us. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. The room is a bit dark.
Yeah, we can see you in silhouette, It's actually looking quite magical.
Yeah, actually, I'm inside my room. So yeah, hi David and hi Basanti. I am Digangana from Ayang Trust. I am from a river island, which is actually the largest inhabited river island of the whole world. It's called Majuli, and it is in the state called Assam.
Good. It's very nice to meet you, Digangana.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, COVID stuck us, and like how. So
Yes.
everything has been, we had to go back and forth and look into ourselves, like what are we doing right and what are we doing wrong, should we make any changes in ourselves. So David, one question that I had for you was, what are the challenges going to be post COVID-19?
What other challenges post COVID-19? Well, as I said, COVID-23 and influenza 25, those are just hypotheticals. There will be more challenges like this. I think that, and another challenge will be that this virus is not going to go away. The virus that causes COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, it's going to be with us for a long time. And it's not necessarily going to evolve to be a milder virus, as some people say. It will continue to be perhaps a very serious, dangerous virus in some of the people that it infects, 1 in 100. So it has a capacity to kill our elders, to kill our parents or our grandparents, and it will still be circulating. If we are lucky, in 5 years, we might have 7/8 of the world vaccinated. Is that optimistic? But then that will still leave 1 billion people. And this virus will continue to circulate in pockets where people are not vaccinated, continue to make people sick, continue to kill people. But it's only one of many. And I think what we should really think about is that this general kind of threat, pandemic threat, the threat of pandemic disease, is one of the 3 great problems that we humans face and that we humans are causing. 3 great problems. This is how I think of it. There's a problem of pandemic disease threat. There's the problem of climate change. And there's the problem of loss of biological diversity, which is a great disaster, a great tragedy for the value of biological diversity in its own right. And those 3 problems are like 3 great rivers rivers of trouble running parallel, running off the same great mountain, like a Himalayan mountain with a great snowfield on it. And 3 rivers are running off of that snowfield in parallel. But there's one cause that's melting that snowfield, and that cause is human population plus consumption, not just population, because there are many people who are consuming less than their share of resources, and many other people, particularly in my country, who are consuming more than their share of resources. So it's population multiplied by consumption. It's melting the great snowfield of the natural world, and the 3 great rivers of trouble are running off: climate change, threat of pandemic disease, and loss of biological diversity. So those are the problems that we face. And your generation and generations after you are being left these incredible challenges by my generation, which has not been good in dealing with these things. And that's why it's so important for my generation to try and help as we go out, and encourage education of young people in science, education of young people in sustainability, education of young people in the reality of these problems and the practical ways that we can deal with them.
Okay. Thank you so much, David, for answering my question.
Thank
Very
you.
welcome.
थैंक यू दिगांगना एंड ऑफ कोर्स डेविड ने जो बताया कि ये जो वायरस है ये इतनी जल्दी चले जाने वाला नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है कि सर्कुलेशन से चला जाएगा, ये रहने वाला है कोविड-19 वेदर वी लाइक इट और नॉट. और इससे जो चैलेंजेस, जो मतलब स्थिरता जिसे कहते हैं सस्टेनेबिलिटी का, वो जनसंख्या की वजह से भी है. और जहाँ पर वैक्सीन नहीं लगी है, मतलब इवन इफ मोस्ट 7/8 एज ही मेंशन हो भी जाए, पर जिनको ये वैक्सीन नहीं लगा है उनको तो ये रिस्क रहेगा ही. David, Gayatri Vanbatte and team from COEP have a question, I'm told. Gayatri, are you online? So, yes, I think if we are having challenges there, let me tell you what the question is, because they seem to have sent it. So, while the pandemic has been hard on all the people, there have been unexpected glimmers of hope in terms of natural ecology being restored in some corners. They ask you, David, pollution and noise levels getting reduced, emissions being cut down, and so on. I know you mentioned the loss of biodiversity, but parallelly we've also been hearing this. What's your take, and how can we learn from this?
Well, that's a very good question. I think there are 2 things that we should keep separate in our minds. And one of them I think of as environmental concerns, and those are concerns with clean air, clean water, clean habitat for humans. When air gets really polluted, it's bad for human health. When water is polluted, it's bad for human health. We need to clean those things up. There are measures that are fairly easy that can do that if we spend the money. That makes life better for humans. That does not preserve or restore biological diversity. So the matter of a clean environment is parallel to, but it's not the same as, the cause of conservation. Conservation is about saving biological diversity in our great diverse remaining ecosystems, such as the Western Ghats. We need to protect those habitats as much as possible, protect those extraordinary endemic amphibians that live in the Western Ghats, and in other places around the world. Now, there are wonderful things being done in that regard also. I have friends who work in the Western Ghats on biological diversity, and they are helping to achieve protection of biological diversity there. I have written a series of articles for National Geographic magazine about conservation models for the 21st century. The Thompson Conservation Trust in Chile and Argentina, in South America, that is doing rewilding of jaguars and giant anteaters and others, bringing them back to protected habitat that once was degraded agricultural land. And Gorongosa National Park in Mozambique, in southeastern Africa, that is being restored in a way that protects the wildlife, the elephants, the buffalo, the zebra, and the other wildlife in Gorongosa National Park, but also makes life better rather than worse for the hundreds of thousands of people in the buffer zone surrounding the national park, brings them in, makes sure that they have jobs and industries and businesses that are profiting from this national park that is a great tourist attraction. So yes, there are things, there are wonderfully hopeful things that are being done in India, in Mozambique, in the US, elsewhere around the world. And it's important for us to recognize those, take heart in those, support those, and try and replicate those so that there are more success stories like that.
Yes, yes, that would be a really heartening note. Abhishek Taneja from Earth Just, if you are able to join us live at this moment. I know that we are also beginning to run behind schedule, so I'll ask you to keep your question crisp. Abhishek.
Yeah, I will try to.
Thank you.
I'm Abhishek. That's Ashish, my colleague.
Hi.
David, thanks for the wonderful conversation. I'll build on two contexts that you've had. One is vilifying the bat. The second was the way we're doing development right now. So we saw COVID, during COVID, we vilified the microbes, and we had sanitizers left, right, and center, killing microbes without realizing that microbes are also important for our subsistence. The second is the way we're doing development right now, with urbanization increasing, with increasing of large-scale monoculture agriculture by cutting down trees. So my question is it better for us to create more jungles in the place we live going forward as planners, so that we interact more with animals? Or is it better that we create living bubble spaces around us so that we distance ourselves from those animals to avoid the forthcoming zoonotic diseases? I mean, as planners and with urbanization happening, what is more advisable in your sense?
Yeah, well, I think, Abhishek, absolutely the former is preferable. We don't want to live in bubbles. We do not want to live in bubbles. And we want to educate people that microbes are not inherently bad. I have an article that I wrote. It's on the cover of the February issue of National Geographic. It's about viruses, not just about viruses that are dangerous pathogens for humans, but viruses that have contributed enormously to the movement of genes from one lineage of life to another, horizontal gene transfer, that have played important roles in the major transitions of evolution. Viruses are like fire. Viruses can be good, viruses can be bad. It depends on the context. So isolating ourselves from them, isolating ourselves from microbes generally, no, we don't want to do that. Our bellies are filled with bacteria that are absolutely necessary for processing of our food. Our skins are covered with bacteria. Many of them are good partners to us. So we have to recognize that, and remember, it's an obvious thing, but we have to remember what Charles Darwin told us 162 years ago. This is his birthday today, at least where I am. It was his birthday yesterday, where you are, Charles Darwin. He reminded us of the very simple fact that we humans are animals. We're not separate from the natural world. We're not angels. We are animals. We are mammals. We're part of the natural world. And therefore, it is natural that we live with animals, that we have at least some wildlife blending in to the zones where we live. We have green spaces. We have anthropophilic wildlife that is willing to live adjacent to humans. And if we do that, if we design our living spaces and our cities well and our lives well, then we can act out every day the reality that we humans are animals that are part of ecosystems. We're not separate. We don't belong in bubbles. We're part of the natural world. We live among birds and insects and snakes and yes, mosquitoes. Yes, bacteria. Yes, ticks. It's all part of the world in which we live. Nothing is inherently bad. It's only temporarily inconvenient for us. I don't want to minimize mosquitoes because mosquitoes are the delivery vehicles for a lot of suffering and death. But even the Plasmodium parasite that causes malaria, it bears no ill against humans. It's just something that happens in our interactions. So that we could have a long discussion over coffee about that, my friend. And I hope that we will, but I hope you understand the essence of my answer to my simple answer to your very complex question.
Thank you. Yeah, so my understanding, we need to make more jungles in our smart cities that we're wanting to build. I mean, that's
More
my
jungles.
understanding. Yeah,
Okay.
smart jungles. Thank you very much.
Yes,
You're welcome.
Abhishek, with you on that venture of building more jungles, and of course, the takeaway from David's message that nothing is inherently bad. There's a question that Good Shepherd Higher Secondary School has sent in, David. This is from Jongsha, Meghalaya. And the children want to know, what is the root cause of the corona pandemic? And is this linked to the environment?
Well, the root cause of the pandemic is the fact that a virus that has lived innocently for millions of years, probably in a horseshoe bat population, was given the opportunity by human activities, almost certainly, to pass from a single bat into a single human, and then moved onward and evolved and became capable of spreading across the world as a human affliction. The virus didn't seek to do that, it just happened. The virus was offered the opportunity, and it expanded itself in space, in number, across the world. That is the root cause of this, and it's unfortunate for us, and it was a great opportunity for the virus. This happens because of what I've said, because we are not living sustainably with the rest of the natural world, because we humans, 8 billion of us, are consuming more than our share of resources. We're drawing resources toward us, and as we draw resources toward us, we draw viruses toward us.
Yes, David. So I'm sure a lot of thought is going to happen कि virus खुद में बुरा नहीं होता, but it was allowed to spread, and what was the impact? We have a teacher now who's joining in from Anand Niketan, Nashik, Sarita Gosavi. Sarita, आप हैं live.
Thank you, Vasanti. Thank you, David. It was great listening to you and the insights that you have given us. This whole thing is scary on one side, at the same time, like reassuring how we should be motivating the young generation. But I fear one thing from the mindset of the illiterate farmers who are doing poultry business. Recently, just last month, there was another outbreak of avian flu around my area. So these poultry farmers, they have killed down the entire batch. They also fear the wildlife. So I would like to listen to your say on this.
Well, I'm very sympathetic with poultry farmers who have to kill their stock because of avian influenza. Avian influenza is an influenza that is very, very transmissible and lethal in birds, and can be very lethal in humans, but generally not transmissible from human to human, as you probably know. Avian influenza is a great fear, a great worry to international health officials, because they watch it carefully to see whether it is going to evolve in a way that could make it not just lethal in humans, but highly transmissible from human to human. So avian influenza is one of the viruses that stands at the very top of the watch list, just as coronaviruses did before this pandemic. But avian influenza can be much more lethal than this coronavirus in humans. I mean, in terms of the numbers of people that it can kill. So it's a tragedy. I think it's very important that when farmers lose their flock, they have to kill their flock. I believe that there should be support. I believe that society should be sympathetic with them, because people want chickens. And they're performing a service by growing chickens. And when they lose all their chickens, society should help them by putting down, by killing all of their chickens and purifying, sanitizing their operations areas. They can stop avian influenza. They can stop avian influenza, just as avian influenza was stopped in the city of Hong Kong in 1997. It's very important to do that. It's very costly to the farmers. We need to be sympathetic to them. We need to support them in their period of trial, so that they can continue to be part of our economies.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Sarita, for asking such an important question. We now have Suyog joining us live from the College of Engineering, Pune, central India once again. I'm in Maharashtra, a little bit to the west. So, Suyog, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Vasanthi ma'am. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello, David, sir. It was pleasure listening to you. So, sir, my question is, in your book Spillover, you address the interrelation between human pandemic and animal infection way back in 2012 by tracing the origin of Ebola, SARS. So now post 8 years, like post 2012, now we are witnessing the emergence of latest pandemic COVID-19. So according to you, what loopholes we as a living entity failed to observe in our ecosystem, or in what way we as a humans are we are tearing apart, how we are tearing apart the balance of our ecosystem?
Well, I because of our connection, I could only hear part of that, Suyog, but we are tearing apart our ecosystems.
Yeah, and sorry, David, what Suyog was asking was that what are the loopholes that we as a living entity failed to observe in our ecosystem that led to COVID-19?
I think the loopholes are failure to understand that that all animals carry viruses, that viruses are everywhere, as I said at the very beginning, and that by irrigating, bringing to us resources from our wild diverse ecosystems, we are inevitably bringing toward us viruses, many different kinds of viruses, some small proportion of which can be very, very dangerous, taking hold in us. And why do they take hold in us? Because we are animals, because we are not that dissimilar from, not just from chimpanzees, not just from gorillas, but from bats and from rodents. We are mammals, and we have cells that are similar enough to the cells in the airways of those animals that we can be infected also. So this is a reminder of the oneness of nature. Animal disease, human disease, same disease. We forget our membership in the world of nature at our peril, and we're seeing the consequences of that now.
Yes, thank you, Suyog. I'm sure, David's answer must have, cleared the doubt for you. We have Daphne Pereira, I'm told, from Our Lady of Remedies High School, Nerul, Goa. Daphne, are you with us? Or I can, of course, ask Daphne's question till she comes up. Is it true? She wants to know that the human race will suffer another major pandemic. I think you did answer this a little bit, like the COVID-19. And if yes, what can we do to prevent that from happening? David.
Well, I would say that it is inevitable that we will suffer a pandemic threat. And this is what I said earlier. There will be threats that come at us in the form of spillovers that lead to outbreaks. 12 people, 24 people, 36 people in some remote village. What can we do? We can do the things that I've already mentioned. We can create networks of viral discovery, looking for the different viruses that could be dangerous, that live in different kinds of animals, knowing where they are, what the contact between those animals and humans is, and networks of surveillance, meaning detecting outbreaks as soon as they happen so that we can respond to outbreaks with control, with public health, with science, diagnostic science, and therapeutic response before the outbreaks spread into epidemics or pandemics. We can do those things to prevent the next one from turning into a pandemic as bad as this one or even worse.
So Daphne, that's you, I'm guessing, on the screen? Yes. So I'm sorry, I read out your question already to David, but I'm glad you actually at least get to say hello to him.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you for answering.
Yes, she wants to
very
thank you for the answer.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Arti.
Yes,
Daphne.
I just want to meanwhile ask the team that are we now done with the question and answers? Or are there any more questions, or one last question? Can we just scroll up a bit? And is that Kanika? All right. So I can see a question from Kanika Pillai and team COEP. And they want to know, will we ever become a Kardashev type 2 stellar civilization which can control and use energy at the scale of its planetary system? It's a bit of a futurist question. David, if you want to take that.
And Vasanti, what was the very first, what kind of a society, a culture?
Well, their question is, will we ever become a Kardashev type 2 stellar civilization? Which can control, Kardashev, which can control and use energy at the scale of its planetary system.
I'm a simple science writer in Bozeman, Montana. And I don't read science fiction. And I am inclined to say no. I don't think we should hold our breath for that to happen. We should remember that we have one planet that has an atmosphere that suits us, that has water that suits our biological needs, that is capable of producing green plants, that are capable of nurturing animals, an ecosystem that fits together. We have evolved over the course of the almost 4 billion years of life's evolution on Earth. We have evolved for this ecosystem. And although it's exciting to think about travel to other planets and possible forms of life on other planets and possible magical, miraculous, mysterious forms of energy use and transport, that is pie in the sky. And what we have is this planet, and we need to behave as though this is the only planet we will ever have. That might be wrong, but we need to behave now and in the foreseeable future as though this is the only planet and the only sources of energy we will ever have.
Yes, I guess all those exciting possibilities are best left to science fiction and books. But the reality check you've given us, David, and what a session it has been. I mean, quite a gamut covered. And thank you for taking time out of what seems the darkness of the night in your place of the world to bring light on to us here in India on so many topics of which you have researched and we got to learn this morning.
Thank you very much, Vasanti. I'm honored to be part of it. As I say, I'm always glad to be back in India, even if it's only by Zoom.
Oh yes, and I just hope that even beyond Zoom, जो बच्चे हमसे जुड़े आज and from every corner of the country, so many states and so many towns and villages, अगर David Coleman को कहीं आपने देखा, तो you can stop him and say, you know what, we heard you, हमने आपको सुना था उस दिन Wipro Earthian Award 2020 में. So जहाँ भी हैं, you're going to clap. And I am going to be hearing and listening to all that while I invite P.S. Narayan, Global Head, Sustainability and Social Initiatives, Wipro Limited, to do the thanking. Over to you, Narayan.
Thank you, Vasanti. David, I think it would be an understatement to say that how much of a privilege it has been for all of us here to have this opportunity to listen to you. And I've had the privilege of listening to you twice in the last 3-4 months. I think Bangalore Sustainability Forum hosted a talk with you, I think in October. So I was part of that. And I've also been a keen reader of your book, Spillover. So one thing I can tell everybody here is David has, as you would have inferred in the last 1.5 hours, has this very rare ability to condense a lot of scientific and other facts in a manner that is easy to understand and that is enjoyable. Spillover actually reads like a thriller, and for several days together, it is the last thing I did before going to sleep was to read Spillover. So I would ask everybody to read Spillover, and every time we listen to you, I think we learn something new. I think today, at least the two most important things that all of us learned is, I think it's easy for people to pontificate sitting in cities and other places saying that, they should not have killed bats or they should not have eaten bats or whatever it is. I think David gave a very cogent reason as the reason why they do that is us, is because we as consumers demand products and services that requires people to go deep inside biodiversity zones and jungles and places like that, right? The second thing is to assign agency to viruses and to bats, saying that, viruses jump from bats to us. I think that's wrong. The agency is with us. It's we who give, these microorganisms the opportunity to jump into us. So if it is in our agency to give them opportunity to do that, then we need to sit and reflect and on how to use our agency, therefore, to do things a little differently, and to put ourselves at the center of, all these kind of crises. That kind of self-reflection as we go along is going to be very important, especially given the fact, as David said, viruses are everywhere, and this is definitely not the last pandemic. So thank you so much, David. I can't appreciate you enough for the fact that you've taken time out. It's late in the night, it's cold, right? But we are all going to take you up on your, plans to come to India, hopefully, often. And we would, at the earliest opportunity, like to host you here in India, and hopefully as part of the Pro-earthian. So it's been a delight to listen to you, and we hope to, see you in person soon in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Yes, so it's time for us to say dhanyavad to David, but I know, like Narayan summed it up so well, jo saransh itni अच्छे तरह से उन्होंने कहा. I'm going to say, David, even before you go off to sleep, if you can still catch a few minutes more, you're going to see some of those children from, the schools of India to come up to pick up their awards online, virtually, when the Earthian Award ceremony begins in just a bit. But I would like to thank both of you gentlemen. Yes. I'm now going to call upon Rishad Premji, Chairman Wipro Limited, and he's going to be saying a few words to all those jo aaj award jeet rahe hain and from different schools. So Rishad, it's over to you now.
Thank you, Vasanti, and I'm glad I got a chance to catch some of the last 20-25 minutes of David's conversation in the Q&A. It was fascinating, and I learned a whole boatload of things. This is my second year attending the Wipro Earthian Awards, and while it's been around for 10 years, I've only been here 2 years, and I find this opportunity fascinating for the simple reason that it's incredibly energizing to see so many young people, students from schools and colleges with so much passion and so much focus on the environment. I can honestly admit that when I was a student and I was in school and even in college perhaps, these were things that were not front and center in our minds, and we were not talking about things as important as the environment. So it's incredibly energizing, it's incredibly heartening to see this, and I want to congratulate all of you who've participated, all of you who are here at the awards and have won the awards, and look forward to celebrating you over the next few hours. And I just want to say this is also a very special year for Wipro Earthian Awards. It's our 10th year. Over these 10 years, we've had a chance to engage with about 12,500 schools, about 1,300 colleges, about 55,000 students, and about 8,000 teachers. And so it's incredibly heartening to see the involvement and the evolution of the program over these last 10 years. And it's terrific to sort of have the partners that we work with, the schools, the colleges, the domain experts, the partner organizations, to bring this to life. So again, congratulations to all of you, and I'm looking forward to the celebrations over the next few hours. Thank you.
Yes, so we had Rishad thank all the partners, and I'm going to be naming some of them because it's not easy to put together. जो ये हमारे आंखों के सामने ये award ceremony जो होता है साल दर साल, और I've been here for 7 years, Rishad, and I can tell you I consider it a huge privilege. It's like one of those tick marks on our calendar for my soul battery to recharge. Before we begin, we'd like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Wipro Earthian jury members who put in tremendous effort to select each one of our winning school and college teams. So join me in giving a big shout out to Harini Nagendra from Azim Premji University, Chitra Ravi, again from Azim Premji University, Suhail Kader from Nature Conservation Foundation, and S. Vishwanath from Biome Environmental Solutions. All we can say is a manadala, the thank you from our hearts. The Wipro Earthian team would also like to make a special mention of the teachers and educators who have guided the school teams over the years, because it takes deep passion and commitment towards sustainability learning in schools. So I'm going to be naming the names who you see on screen. Narendra Singh Rawatji from the Government Higher Secondary School in Ajmer, Sarupuram, Mali, from the school Dodua in Sirohi, Kavita Sahi from the City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar, Lucknow, and Amalesh Mishra ji as well. We thank you for your efforts in guiding the students. Finally, we thank our school partners who have collectively reached out to thousands of schools and conducted hundreds of teacher training programs. This has been crucial in evangelizing the program right across India. And this involvement has in fact helped us to connect to a diverse range of rural and urban schools right across the country. Or is saal khas, despite what happened, this is taking place. So a huge thanks for the Center for Environment and Education, Ahmedabad, also the CPR Environmental Education Center, Wild Ecologues, and our sustainability educators belonging to a total of 13 partner organizations. They represent the states of Himachal, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Kerala, to name a few. This year, we have selected 20 school winning teams and 8 college teams who are being recognized for this exceptional submission. So before I actually call out the names of the school teams, a little bit of flashback. Whenever this happens, actually in Wipro Sarjapur campus in Bangalore, there's a whole burst of energy in the auditorium. And then after the award lene ke baad, everybody stays for a selfie and of course clicks pictures with Anurag and Rishad and Mr. Premji before that, I remember with fondness. So yes, we are going to be starting with the school teams first. Vanakkam, Namaskara, and especially for the Khasi students as well, we have a very, very special wish for you, and that is called the Stem Ba Men Yafi Baro, which I'm told means good morning. So on that high energy note, Dhanicha High School, Chakdaha, Nadia, West Bengal, the very first winning school. The theme has been biodiversity, guided by teacher Paramita Sigdar, Gopal Kundu, Chandan, Saikat, Sahil, Sneha, and Sneha Bhadra. Many congratulations.
Welcome everybody. We are the students of Dhonicha High School, situated at Chakdaho in Noida district of the West Bengal. We are one of the winners of Wipro Earthian Program 2020. The title of our project was Study of Sustainability and Biodiversity in and around our locality. We are very happy to get this award. These experiences of work and this glorious achievement will encourage us. We are very thankful to our guide teachers. Thank you.
Yes. The next congratulations needs to go to Sundarban Janakalyan Sangha Vidyaniketan Sagar. The theme was biodiversity, and they were guided by the teacher Pabitra Kayal Asit K. Das. So Indrajit, Swagata, Debanjali, Kuheli, and Pallab, congratulations.
নমস্কার, আমরা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যে দক্ষিণ চব্বিশ পরগনা জেলার সুন্দরবন জনকল্যাণ সংঘ বিদ্যানিকেতনের ছাত্রছাত্রী।
আমরা এই বছর উইপ্রো আর্থিং পুরস্কার জিতেছি।
আমাদের প্রজেক্টের বিষয় সাস্টেনেবিলিটি অ্যান্ড বায়োডাইভার্সিটি, তার সঙ্গে আমরা ধান চাষের উপরেও জোর দিচ্ছি। আমরা বিগত 3 বছর ধরে এই পুরস্কার পেয়েছি। 2018 ওয়াটার, 2019 ওয়েস্ট, 2020 বায়োডাইভার্সিটি।
সংশ্লিষ্ট সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ, ডক্টর অমল মিশ্রকে ধন্যবাদ, দীপককে ধন্যবাদ আমাদের জয়পুর রানীকে সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য।
ধন্যবাদ।
From one of the richest biodiversity hotspots there, the children who joined us from the Sundarbans. Now, Anandashram Balika Vidyapeeth, Kolkata. The theme of submission was water. They were guided by the teacher Shushmita Mukherjee. Here is congratulating Shrija, Sumana, Deepanita, and Ruksha.
Hello. We, the students of Untitled Chapter, Kolkata, are very happy, excited, and honored to win the Wipro Earthian Paryabaran Mitra Award. We learned a lot while doing our project on sustainability and water, as it is activity based. We are proud members of the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Education Program. We are encouraged to find sustainable solutions to the challenges that we face in the environment. We are motivated to sustain our efforts in making a difference as responsible custodians of planet Earth.
Very nice to see those trees in the background. Man kar raha tha na ki we should go down that slide in that picture and video. Right now we move on to Shishu Shiksha Kendra High School, Amdiha, Purulia, West Bengal. The theme was water and they were guided by Mrinmoy Mahato, Tariqul Hassan, the teachers, and Soban, Swastik, Sanjeevan and Prajit were the students who are the winners.
Student of class 10 of SSK High School, on behalf of all, want to convey my message that we are extremely proud of being a winner of Wipro Earthian program 2020. Our respected sir have helped us and motivated us greatly to complete this project in this challenging situation like COVID-19. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Amolesh Mishra and Dr. Partha Karmakar for giving us such an opportunity to participate in this program. Thanks to all.
Thank you for staying safe with those masks and giving us a jhalak of your project there. Government Model School, Gopi Balapur, Jhargram, West Bengal. Theme of submission was water, guided by Abhijit Sasmalji, the teacher. And the winners, Ritam, Purnima, Manisha, Manasi and Ipsita.
We are opportunate enough to be a part of this project. We learned a lot from it.
This project gave us a chance to explore outside the syllabus and books. We learned many things in real life scenario.
It was highly enjoyable too.
Participating in the project means learning under unfamiliar circumstances. It means we got to know that effective education and knowledge can be gathered not only from book and classroom, but also from studying our surroundings.
Nature is the real teacher.
Ekdam sahi kaha. Nature is the real teacher. And of course, from that lovely school, we now move on to Bhajbaj PK High School, Kolkata. The theme was water and guided by teacher Sudipta Mondal, Shibu Naskar ji. And the students Shreya, Orshi, Swapnamay, Payal Santra and Tanya.
This entire project, my favorite part was the water quality test. Because entirely it is new experience for me and it was amazing.
In this project, the most interesting part for me was the interview of the sub-assistant engineer of Bhajbaj municipality, where we came to know how the water is supplied to our home.
We played lots of games and it was an amazing experience.
We made lot of useful things like sanitizer dispenser, water filter, etc. It was a good learning experience for us.
I wish we get to come to your school. Kitne pyare se phool, so many flowers in the background. For the next set of winners, I'm going to call on Government Higher Secondary School, Panhada, Patan, Durg. Biodiversity was the theme, guided by teacher Rajendra Mauryaji, Harsha, Kabir, Sakshi, Harshita and Gajendra.
हम शासकीय उच्चतर माध्यमिक विद्यालय भांडा जिला दुर्ग छत्तीसगढ़ के छात्र हैं। हमें बहुत गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि हमारी टीम विजेता टीमों में से एक है। हमें बड़ा गौरवान्वित महसूस हो रहा है। इस अवार्ड को पाने से हमारा आत्मविश्वास बढ़ा है। राष्ट्रीय विप्रो अध्ययन अवार्ड हमें युवा पीढ़ी होने के नाते पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए और भी ज्यादा प्रेरित करता है, जिससे हम प्रकृति को काफी हद तक नुकसान होने से बचा सकते हैं।
Indeed, Atma Vishwas, as you said. Man mein hai Vishwas, as the song goes. We would like to now next call on Government Senior Secondary School, Dodua Sirohi. The theme was water, guided by teacher Sarupram Maliji, Dhanaram, Kamlesh, Parbat, Shakti and Dilip Mali.
राजस्थान के सिरोही जिले का डोडो विद्यालय अध्ययन अवार्ड 2020 के लिए चयनित होने पर विद्यालय परिवार और गांव वाले खुशी और गर्व महसूस करते हैं। हमें प्रसन्नता है कि जल से जुड़े विभिन्न मुद्दों को समझने के लिए हमने जो प्रयास किया उन्हें राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पहचान मिली। साथ ही हम ये मानते हैं कि अवार्ड जीतने के बाद हमारी जिम्मेदारी और भी बढ़ गई। हमें बेहतर जल प्रबंधन के लिए व्यक्तिगत और सामूहिक प्रयासों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अपने विद्यालय और घरों को जल सस्टेनेबिलिटी के रोल मॉडल के रूप में तैयार करेंगे।
Yes, you're right. Zimmedari to aur bhi. The responsibility is certainly more now. The next from Ajmer, we would like to call on Government Higher Secondary School, Kotu Dwaja, Byaver. The theme was waste and biodiversity, guided by teacher Narendra Singh Rawat, Yashpal, Ajaypal, Shakti, Preetam, Lakhpat, Kshomendra and Harpal. Winners, congratulations.
पुरस्कार में हमारा चयन हुआ तो हमको बहुत खुशी हुई कि हमारा चयन विप्रो अर्थियन में राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हुआ और हमारा प्रोजेक्ट बायोडाइवर्सिटी था और हमने इसमें कोरोना काल के टाइम से ही प्रोजेक्ट पर कार्य किया और आगे भी इसको रेगुलरली जारी रखेंगे और इसी प्रकार से अपने विद्यालय का हमने
लॉकडाउन में जो कार्य किया और उसका फल हमें प्राप्त हुआ और हम ऐसे ही कार्य करते रहेंगे और अपने विद्यालय और गांव का नाम रोशन करेंगे और हम विप्रो कंपनी को धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं।
Yes, so they are saying that thanks to both Wipro and of course, make their Gaon village proud. We are going to see them again and again. For now, City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar Extension Branch, Lucknow. The theme was water, guided by teacher Kavita Shahi and students Sharanya, Agastya, Pratham, Nirmit and Bhagya.
Jai Jagat everyone. Winning the Wipro Award is such a prestigious moment for me and my so talented team. Our entire team is grateful to our most respected principal, Dr. Mrs. Vinita Kamran, our dedicated Vice Principal, Ma'am Shipra Bhajbaj, our mentors like Ma'am Neelam Pandey and Ma'am Shikha Bhatnagar, and above all, the team leader, Ma'am Shiksha Tripathi Mishra, for her skills and talents which she has devoted in winning this award. This award really means a lot to us. We are extremely thankful to the CEE North and the Wipro organization for presenting this award to us. Thank you so much.
Yes, many kudos to the winning team and the teachers. The City Montessori School, Kanpur Road branch, Lucknow. The theme was waste, guided by teacher Shiksha Tripathi and the students Manoneet, Advik, Kritika, Hansika, Arna and Bhuvi.
The judges of Wipro Earthian Project for selecting us as the winners of this prestigious award. It is a momentous occasion to be a part of a competition wherein we had an experience of a lifetime learning about conservation of water. We feel delighted and happy to be recognized for our efforts. Thank you.
With the map of the globe right behind them. Wonderful. For now, we move to Purva Madhyamik Vidyalaya, Ganeshpur, Mainpuri. The theme was waste and guided by teacher Neha Hajela. Students Astha, Ruchi, Diksha, Pratibha and Ronak are the winners.
प्रोजेक्ट नेशनल लेवल सिलेक्ट हो गई है, हमें यकीन ही नहीं हो रहा और हमें बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है। हम अपनी खुशी को शब्दों में बयां नहीं कर सकते। ये सब लॉकडाउन के दौरान यहाँ मैम के निर्देशन में रहकर हमने ये घर पर सब कार्य किए हैं, कंपोस्टिंग बनाना, खाद बनाना, इको ब्रिक बनाना और ये अवार्ड हमारी टीम और हमारे लिए बहुत ही मायने रखता है और हमने ये सब सारी गतिविधियाँ लॉकडाउन के दौरान घर पर ही रहकर ये उपलब्धि हासिल की है। जिला मैनपुरी की टीम की तरफ से विप्रो अर्थियन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Yes, I totally agree. Ghar pe reh ke, from home, you've really managed to accomplish a lot. The next winner, SKMJ Higher Secondary School, Kalpetta North, that is Wayanad in Kerala, beautiful district. The theme was biodiversity, guided by teacher Anita P and Smita ER, and the students are Krishnendu, Gautam, Niharika, Sri Lakshmi, and Atmaja.
Biodiversity is a big thing that includes all organisms and plants.
When we make terrarium, aquarium, herbarium and observe the plants around us, we felt the importance of biodiversity and decided to study more in this topic.
Nature provides us everything, so it's our duty to protect and conserve it.
Thanks Team Wipro for giving us this opportunity.
All those lovely books that you had behind you. Kitni achhi khoobsurat kitabein thi. I hope you get to read more and more of that. For now, let's welcome Good Shepherd, HSS Jongska, East Khasi Hills, Meghalaya. Beautiful state again. Theme Biodiversity, guided by teacher Seborlang Varba. And the students, Bayahunlang Kharsano, Ivorine Kharsano now, and Ibaktin Vern Karmuli, Nafisabet Suting, and Tina Mary.
Meghalaya. Winning this earthian Wipro project is a great achievement to us. We are so happy and elated, and we are proud that we can do something for our society. And by winning this competition, make us realize the needs and importance of sustainability.
Yes, fantastic to see you all. Likewise, I now move from Meghalaya to Andhra Pradesh, yet another beautiful state, Aravinda High School, Guntur. The theme was water, guided by teacher Aarti Gurav, Siri Manvi, Varshita, Shivateja, Jayavardhan, Venkatakrishna and Amritavalli.
When we heard the news of our award, we are pretty excited, and we also had a new sense of increased responsibility. We winning the award meant that we are now the official conservationists of water.
We started our mission by bringing awareness among ourselves. We saved one drop of water by winning this award. There are still numerous drops to conserve.
Thank you for Wipro Earthian project for bringing awareness among us by planting a seed of thought on water conservation for sustainable living.
Thank you, Wipro. Thank you for all.
Haha. I love that thought, being the official conservationist, taking on that role for yourselves. In fact, yet again, Aravinda High School, Guntur, AP, the theme being waste, guided by teachers Gautami Reddy and Srinivasa Rao. This time, the students are Balaji Verma, Rahul Reddy, Durga, Sai Skanda, Harshita and Suyash.
When we heard that we were nominated, we were really happy.
It was a fun meeting, many people interviewing, reflecting and collecting data and discussing.
We had completed fairly and quickly in this pandemic. We completed the project on time.
When we heard that we got nominated, our first reaction was a small loud shriek and the second was a loud internal yes!
Project on waste management taught us a lot. We will forever punish this.
Our school stood first in Andhra Pradesh as a winning team and as a school to expert environment.
Thank you, Wipro. Thank you, Aravinda.
Keep that school pride and colors going high. Our Lady of Remedies, Goa. The theme was waste and they were guided by teacher Aarti Gurav, Aiden, Dia, Saurabhi, Daphne and Sneha.
We, the students of Our Lady of Remedies High School, Nerul, Goa, have been participating in the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Program for past 4 years. This is the third time our school has won the national award. We feel extremely happy and thank God for His blessings.
It was a learning experience for us as we learned different ways of treating and managing waste.
We are extremely grateful to our principal, Reverend Sister Flavia, and our project guide, Miss Aarti, for their constant support and guidance.
And now we move to a very, very crucial spot in India. It's a region that's played a great part in history. GSS Kadmatla comes from Port Blair, South Andamans. The theme was biodiversity, guided by teacher Chanchal Singha Royji. Ansh, Vivek, Arpan and Ritesh are the winners.
मैं अपने बच्चों तथा गाइड टीचर को इस सेकंड टाइम विप्रो अर्थियन जीतने की खुशी में बधाई देता हूँ।
नमस्कार। विप्रो अर्थियन नेशनल लेवल कंपटीशन में हमारे विद्यालय के प्रोजेक्ट सेलेक्ट होने पर हम सभी बहुत खुश हैं। इस प्रोजेक्ट के दौरान हम सभी के अंदर एनवायरनमेंट के प्रति पॉजिटिव सोच डेवलप हुआ है और हमने सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल फॉलो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
Students have done wonderful project based on their individual observation and they focused on the two keywords. One is the resilience, another is the regeneration. And we have got a lot of support from the stakeholder and the community. Thank you.
Resilience and regeneration, जैसे guide teacher ने कहा. We now move on to Anand Niketan Nashik. The theme is waste and they were guided by the teacher Sarita Gosavi. And Nabha, Alandi and Maitri are the winners.
That we overcame the challenges of working all by ourselves, that too online. We were motivated and convinced that we are on the right path. But the biggest challenge was using online platforms effectively. And to reduce screen time, we set up certain rules and followed them. With this appreciation of our efforts to giving our little bit to society have been recognized and gave us a different vision to look at a huge crisis of waste.
Wow. So to all the children, all the students who won this award this year, very special 10th edition it was, badhai and congratulations. In fact, we would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the 17 shortlisted school teams who made it to the final 37, agar national shortlist hum kahein to, and they put in an exceptional effort as well. So we first have all the shortlisted schools with submissions on the themes. Let's watch this video. Even as I was watching and reading all the names that came up on the screen of the shortlisted schools, I was just wondering that this year, in fact, we've got a chance to see so many more schools in their home environment, isn't it? That they, come in with their own trees and flowers and their teachers and the entire teams. With that, we move on to the college winners, having congratulated all the school students. Let me now call upon the College of Engineering, Pune. The project was Urban Food, and they were guided by their faculty, Professor Dr. Aarti Siddharth Petkar, and the people, the winners, students Harshali, Mayur, Samved, Aditya.
Winning for the second consecutive time is definitely a great experience, and this motivates me to look for the apt opportunities concerned with the journalistic approach for sustainability.
I am honored and grateful to win the Earthian Award and be part of a change that Wipro is trying to bring towards sustainability.
This award would be a catalyst for future success in life. I thank Wipro for this recognition.
This will motivate me to achieve more sustainability in my life.
This is not the first or the last time that you are hearing the name College of Engineering, because it repeats in the second time as well. Times of E-Waste was their project, guided by faculty Professor Dr. Aarti Siddharth Petkar, Kaveri, Rudrasen, Rishikesh and Shubham.
Greetings to one and all. On behalf of College of Engineering Pune and our team, Times of E-Waste, we would like to thank Wipro for giving us this prestigious award and the opportunity.
In these times of E-Waste, we have got to learn a lot, both practical and theoretical.
We aspire that whatever we have learned and whatever we have presented will help us to build a better future.
We will try to continue our legacy next year. Thank you.
Oh yes, and it's quite a legacy, people, because the third position also, rather the third name that comes up is again College of Engineering Pune. The project this time was COVID Chronicles, Pandemic Protection or Plastic Pollution, guided by faculty by Professor Dr. Aarti Siddharth Petkar, Kanika Hiteshwar Nikhila and Purnav.
Hi everyone, we're Team COVID Chronicles. It feels surreal and we're very happy to win this award for the second time. We thank Wipro Earthian for giving us this platform to explore and understand how our world has changed during this pandemic. This program encourages thousands of young minds across the country to learn about and work in the field of sustainability. Winning this award means a lot to us. Thank you once again for this opportunity and congratulations to all the winning teams.
Oh yes, once again, let's call upon the College of Engineering, Pune. The project was called The Unnoticed Demon, Biomedical Waste. Guided by faculty Amrita, Ame, Khagirte, Chidambari, Kaivalya, Suyog and Reva.
It is an honor to emerge as winners in such a huge sustainability program.
It's a great feeling. Couldn't have asked for a better start to 2021.
We are very delighted to win this award.
As a winner, it really feels amazing. I will cherish this acknowledgement throughout my life.
What are the chances that we call on College of Engineering, Pune yet again? Project Urban Food, Effect of Farm Bill on Consumers. Very important one there. Guided by the faculty Ms. Jaspreet Kaur Chhabra. The students are Gayatri, Gauri, Shreyash and Padmesh.
We are greatly pleased to be announced as winners for Wipro Earthian 2020. It is a big privilege and respect for all of us.
It is a great feeling of getting recognized for your hard work.
The journey till overwhelming success what we have achieved today was indeed a tough one, where every one of us was working with from different places and every one of us struggling to bridge the gap created by the pandemic situation.
I think the struggle has paid off and made our dreams into reality.
Yes, the struggle has paid off, as he said. The sixth time that I would be calling the College of Engineering, Pune again. The project was e-waste under the shadow case study of Pune city itself. They were guided by the faculty Ms. Jaspreet Kaur, Shubh Dhariwal and Sujit Rajendra.
Hi Wipro, this is Shubh Dhariwal from College of Engineering, Pune. Great to know that our work was recognized by Wipro Earthian program, which is a step towards inculcating the knowledge of sustainability in a society.
Hello everyone, this is Sujit. We thanks Wipro for this wonderful award, which encourages us to address and solve the problems of our city and also increase our periphery to understanding the sustainability. Once again, thank you Wipro for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, that college has done itself proud, and I'm going to be now calling on next the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, IIM. Project was COVID-19, no time to waste. Guided by the faculty, Professor Rama Mohana Turaga, Ayush, Karthik, Nishima and Dr. Dhairya were the students.
The future will be green or none at all. Hi, I am Ayush Gupta from IIM Ahmedabad, and it has been an enriching experience being a part of the Wipro Earthian endeavor. The same is resonated by my team as well.
This is Karthik from IIM Ahmedabad, and it has been an amazing experience.
Hi, this is Nishima from IIM Ahmedabad, and we really feel delighted to be part of the challenge. We are grateful to the team.
I'm Dhairya, resonating with Leonardo DiCaprio's words, let's not take this planet for granted, we do not take this moment for granted.
Very succinct, to not take either the planet or the moment for granted. School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Your turn next. The project was called Empowering Punjab, Sanjeevani for Lakshman and Storage for Lakhwinder. Guided by faculty Sri Rajiv, Nirvan and Raghavendra were the winners.
Hi, I'm Nirvan and this is my friend Raghavendra. We are from School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada.
We are truly honored to have won this competition, and this is an acknowledgement that our research is worth something. The entire process has been very comprehensive for us and has instilled a potential in us to undertake a research. Thanks to Wipro Earthian, we have something to run our minds on.
Very well said. Apart from that, we should also thank Wipro for giving us an opportunity to take an academic discourse and work on on-ground problems and realities coming out of the textbook knowledge. So thank you Wipro Earthian 2020.
Yeah, sometimes you don't realize the greatness of an opportunity when you are really deep into it. But now that the awards have been announced, you're going to soak it in and see what you have got from there. I'm going to now request these two gentlemen who every year, of course, Rishad from the past year, has done this interaction with students. The audience is waiting, so let's bring Rishad Premji and Anurag Bihar on the screens. because the questions are certainly ready for the two of you, if both of you are.
Thanks. We are absolutely.
Right. We have our first live question from SKMJ Higher Secondary School, Kalpita North, Wayanad, Kerala. So can we have the students from there? All right. Okay, so I'm going to be reading out the question that has come to me from them. For a better and well-equipped nation, development and sustainability must go hand in hand. Do you both think that currently India is on that sustainable development path? I think we now have the student. What's your name?
Atmaja.
Atmaja, I'm so, even before you came in, I thought I'll use that little bit of time to ask your question. Is that okay? You want to say something more?
Yes, can I ask one more time?
One more time, of course. Go for it. It's your moment.
For a better and well-equipped nation, development and sustainability must go hand in hand. Do you think currently India is on a sustainable development path? This is my question, sir.
Thank you. That's a lovely question. Lovely question to start with. I don't have a very happy response for that, but which is that I may be smiling, but I don't have a really happy response for that. And it's not really just about India. It's not just our country, right? It's the entire planet, as you heard David talk very eloquently just now, right? The entire planet is on a very treacherous path, very, very treacherous path. So India is just a part of the planet, and we must remember that this is the kind of a thing where we are not for ourselves as individuals or communities or cities or towns or societies. This is something in which the entire world, all of humanity is together. So we have to strive for a sustainable development path, not development on one side and not sustainability on the other side. India has done some very good things, is trying to do some very good things. There's no doubt about that. But that's very insufficient. We have to do a lot more. And we as a country have to do a lot more. We as individuals have to do a lot more. And we as humanity across the world have to do a lot more. Right? So if you were there when I started speaking at 9 o'clock, my last week spent in Raigad was a really, really stark reminder that we can't think of development and sustainability, but it has to be sustainable development.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Since Anurag has answered this question, I'm going to take up the next one. And the question is it possible for a business to do both? Focus on profitability and be committed to social good? And how does Wipro do it?
Yeah, so Vasanti, that's a great question, and there's never an easy answer. But look, I think there is no choice, right? I think we as corporations have to be immensely and deeply aware that we are corporate citizens of the societies and the communities in which we live and breathe. And so we have to play a role as we consume resources, as we use resources, as we grow capitally in the companies that we run, that we have to give back and we have to contribute to the societies that we participate in. So we as a company, in fact, became very conscious of this way back in 2007, where we sort of formally took on, which today is more commonly called the ESG framework, focusing not only on the environment, but also on the social and governance aspects of things. And so we take that very seriously, not only in terms of how we as a company can focus on these kinds of things, as well as how we can support through initiatives like the Wipro earthian effort to drive back, right? So one of the things we are doing very, very consciously, for example, today is how do we look at the infrastructure and the communities in which we work and live as a company? So how do we think about the buildings which we occupy? How can these buildings be more and more green and environmentally friendly? Right? How can we reuse water? So 41% of the water we use in our campuses is reused. How can we use renewable energy sources? About 40% of the energy we use across our India campuses is renewable energy. How can we focus and support biodiversity? One of the things we've committed to is how do we move to what we call EV 100, which is using only electric vehicles by the year 2030. One of the big things which I'm incredibly proud of that we have committed to is something called Transform to Net Zero, which is an initiative that has sort of been brought together by Microsoft, but there are 9 large companies across the world that include some marquee brands like Nike and Procter and Gamble and us that are focused on how we can commit to being net zero in terms of carbon emission by 2050. So these are things that you have to take on and have to prioritize and keep on the front burner in terms of agenda, along with profitability and serving your customers and succeeding in terms of for your shareholders and succeed and supporting sort of stakeholders more broadly. So we take it very, very seriously. It's an important conversation on many, many different levels inside of the company. And I will also say that it's also becoming good for business, because every time you have a conversation with stakeholders, when you have a conversation with customers, people ask you about these things. Your employees care more and more about these things, and they ask you about these things. Employees want to join a company that cares about the communities in which they live and breathe, that cares about the environment. So it is becoming a holistic thing. And so while Anurag talked about things not being as exciting, I'm very optimistic about how quickly things can move as the focus on this builds tremendously as we move forward.
रिशद ने काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें बताई एंड जो भी अपने अपने स्कूल्स और कॉलेजेस से लॉग इन कर रहे हैं, बिजनेस अलग और यहाँ पर कॉर्पोरेट या पर्यावरण की चीज़ें अलग ऐसे नहीं देखता विप्रो जो कंपनी है, और इन सब चीज़ों को एक तरफ से वेरी होलिस्टिकली इट लुक्स एट बिजली के वाहन पे काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं रिशद और काफ़ी सारे मेजर्स, और ये कहते हैं कि बिजनेस के लिए अच्छी भी बात है, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज़ जो कहते हैं कि अच्छा हमारा कंपनी कर क्या रहा है पर्यावरण के लिए. सो ऑल दिस टुगेदर a lot of very, very heartening things. I must say that there's another question which has come on similar lines from Kanika Pillai and team, College of Engineering, Pune, who ask you, how has COVID impacted your company's vision and business plan for the future? Though I'm guessing you've answered some parts of it already.
COVID has changed the world in a profound, unplanned way, and we've all learned. So we don't have all the answers, but I'll take that question on 2 fronts. One is, what have we learned as a company and what are we doing differently? And 2 is, what did we do to support and participate in the so-called relief effort, if I can call it that, of COVID, right? One of the things that is fundamentally changed, and I think will change forever, is the nature of work, how work happens, right? Today, we are about 2 lakh people across the world. About 2.5% of our people, so roughly 5,000 of our people are coming into our offices. Around 5% of our people, so roughly 10,000 people are going into customer locations for work. But the remaining 185,000 people are working from home. And not only working from home in the 10, 12 cities, big cities that we have campuses in and where most of our employees come into the office, but they're actually working from home in 600-700 different locations across the country. They're working from their towns, their villages, they've gone back to their native place and they're working from there because people are working from home today, and we continue to work from home. I'm taking this discussion from home today, so is Anurag. And so the concept of how work happens and where it happens from, I think, has very fundamentally changed. And I'm not sure whether we will ever go back as a company to a model where all people are coming back to work all the time. We certainly want all of our people to come back some of the time, but I don't think all of our people will come back to work all of the time. And that is a profound change in the way work will happen. What excites me about this also is that because you can now work from home, it becomes much more inclusive in terms of how you can involve people. So I'm excited that we can now have more and more talent that joins Wipro that works in smaller towns, in tier 2, tier 3 cities, in big towns, right? Who may never want to live in Bangalore or Chennai or Hyderabad, but can be a part of the technology industry. I'm very excited that you can have more and more women continue and be part of our talent pool. Right? Many women join us from college and from campuses. They stay with us for a few years, and then when they want to start a family, they go away, and perhaps they never come back. This kind of model allows that to happen. So the biggest, most profound change for us is the way work happens, and it will never go back to the old model, and it will be more inclusive in terms of the talent that we can include. The other thing that is very heartening and very satisfying is just the effort that we as a company, as well as with our the Azim Premji Foundation, who owns a large part of Wipro, we came together back in late March, early April, to say, hey, look, what can we do to help alleviate the challenge of COVID? And if we don't do something now, when will we do something? And so, frankly, we put all of our other efforts, a lot of our efforts on education, a lot of our efforts with many of our other NGO partners, and said, look, can we all bring all of our strength together to focus on COVID-19? And so we set aside a large chunk of money, but outside of that, we did a bunch of different things. In the initial phase, I remember Anurag and I and a bunch of our colleagues were literally on a daily call between April and perhaps the end of June. Every day we would connect at 5 o'clock for 30 minutes to understand what was happening. And we did two things. We initially focused on the humanitarian need, the need for, people who literally needed meals because they didn't know where their next meal was coming from. And so we did two things. One is we provided ration kits for people who had the ability to cook their meals from somewhere. But we also said to ourselves, hey, look, we have all these campuses that Wipro has where nobody is coming into these campuses. And these campuses have industrial kitchens. So how can you use these industrial kitchens to do something on scale and relevance? So, we used our campuses in Bangalore, we used our campuses in Pune and in Kolkata for the first 74 days to produce about 60,000 meals a day, about 22 tons of food a day. And we work very closely with the government of Karnataka and the governments of Maharashtra and Bengal to help distribute these foods from our campus to the last mile. Right? So it was very gratifying to be able to help where the need was extreme and the highest. And over time, we've seen that need for the extreme humanitarian need come down. And so we then, in a few months, shifted our focus to the actual healthcare need and how we could support in terms of building more awareness around COVID, the need to wear masks, the importance of testing, supporting by providing PPE kits, providing machines to different locations. And then the other exciting thing we did, again, we said to ourselves, hey, look, we have a campus in Pune that is not being used. So how can we use it smartly? And so we converted one of our campuses in Pune into a 450-bed COVID hospital. And in record time, in 5-6 weeks, we were able to hand over a functioning space to the government of Maharashtra, which then put it to good use to address COVID. So it's a very long answer, but we've done a fair amount of things, and we continue to do a fair number of things, both in terms of our support to help address this once in a lifetime pandemic that we're seeing, and also how it's changing Wipro in terms of how work will happen. I'll pause. Anurag, if you want to add.
No, Rishad, that's a very comprehensive, fabulous answer.
Yeah, and I'm really glad, Rishad, you said that, क्योंकि लोग जान पाए कि लॉकडाउन के दौरान भी कितनी सारी अच्छी चीज़ें कर पाए, and it's an inspiration for everybody, and particularly जो आपने कहा कि महिलाएं लौट सकती हैं और काम कर सकती हैं, and also people from छोटे-छोटे शहर and गांव, there's certainly got to be an upside the effect of this lockdown. Without further ado, I would like to invite Raghavendra GV from the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. He says he has a question for you. Raghavendra, I Hope you're able to connect to us. Though, of course, I do have your question on my screen. Yeah, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Yeah, go for it, Raghavendra.
Yeah. Hello, sir. So my question to you is, what do you think can best augment sustainable practices in India? And do you think that we should be inclined towards a resource-centric development that is more conscious or concentrated upon ecological wealth of the nation? Or do you think should it be about probably about the economic development of the nation? And ground, then which do you think, I mean, how do you think that we can bring about a balance between the ecological assets and the economical assets of the country?
Raghavendra, may I also request you to unmute your video while they answer your question?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I think I have some issues with the camera.
All right, no
and
problem,
which is why
no problem.
I'm not
Whoever,
able to,
Anurag or Rishad, whoever wants to take that up.
Sure. So,
yes, Anurag.
It's a fascinating question. And it's a question which sort of cuts to the heart. It goes to the very heart of the problem, the dilemma, the challenges that we are facing. And, if you cut to that heart, the issue, as I see it, is we must not see these as two different things. The problem arises when we start imagining that there are two different paths. There are alternatives, which is a human-centric development and a resource-centric development. There are no two alternative paths. There's only one path. Because if development is about human well-being, then every choice that we make, a micro choice, should I switch on this light or should I not switch on this light? What material should I construct this building with? Should I travel? Should I not travel? Should I want this? Should I not want that? The water that is being used, should I reuse it or not reuse it? So every choice that we make has both implications, absolutely both implications. It has human implications in the short term, and it has resource implications in the short term. In the long term, everything has human implications. So it's very important, and one of the efforts of Wipro Earthian, one of the intentions of Wipro Earthian is how do we figure out a way by which we infuse in ourselves, in our thinking, in our questioning, how do we infuse in ourselves this notion that everything that we do has both human and natural resource consequences. And there is no easy path. There is no easy path. These are trade-offs. Let's take an example. Let me give you an extreme example. If in this particular moment, in this one moment, the entire world were to switch off all electricity, and that of course includes the coal-based plants, we'll have a dramatic impact, absolutely dramatic impact from a perspective of the environment. The 2-degree goal that we have, or 1.5-degree goal that we have on the climate change targets, we'll perhaps achieve it. But imagine the effect of turning off all electricity on human beings. And imagine the unequal effect of turning off electricity on all human beings. I might just lose power to my laptop that I'm speaking to you from. But those who are in the hospitals, what's going to happen to them? Those who are earning livelihoods, what is going to happen to them? So any action as dramatic, as big, as unimaginable as switching off all electricity, to the smallest possible action of your switching on the light has both consequences, right? So there are no two paths. The effort the effort that we are here together for is that we understand that there's only one sustainable path of development which considers both the environment and human well-being.
Wow, very well explained, Anurag. और वो भी उदाहरण के साथ. I'm told Ayush Gupta and team from IIM Ahmedabad are live with us. Ayush, can you join us?
Hi, ma'am. I'm there from the team of IIM Ahmedabad. Dhairya, this side.
Sure. Dhairya, go on.
Hi. So first of all, I'd like to thank Wipro as well as Mr. Premji as well as Mr. Anurag, and the entire discussion has been so insightful for us. So my question is, how does Wipro plan to tap on the new market segment being developed, that of consumers being concerned about sustainability? And the second part of my question, I think, has been partially answered by Mr. Rashid Premji, which is about the work from home culture. So is this the new normal that the company is looking at? Or and plus, how is Wipro encouraging sustainable practices in its offices?
Yeah, so there are a lot of questions in there, but I will just say a couple on the last two. Let me take. One is, as I said, certainly work from home is going to be in some shape and form the new reality in some sort of hybrid model. But if you ask me for my personal view, I'm very keen that people do come back to offices and everybody come back some of the time, because one of the things that is the soul of a company is the culture of the company, is the ways of working in the company. And that learning doesn't happen in this kind of a medium, because the challenge of this medium is it's transactional. As Vasanti was saying, the energy that would be there in the auditorium in Sajapur in Bangalore when you have 200 people together would be a very different energy than the energy you feel in this medium. So I believe very strongly that people should come back, because it helps infuse culture. And culture in an organization, in a school environment, in any form where people get together, grows in the informal way in which we engage. It grows over a cup of coffee. It grows over the water cooler gossip that people do, right? People learn about a space or the organization or the company or the school or the foundation or the NGO when they get together and grow. So I think culture is very important and people should get together for that. The other is how innovation happens, and it can be innovation around ideas around sustainability. It can be innovation for growing a business. It happens oftentimes in a very unstructured manner. Brilliant ideas don't come up in a very linear, structured manner. And so, today, if you and I were having a conversation and we were frustrated and tired, we would close our laptops and the conversation would be over. But if we were together in person, we may be sitting in the same room, and while we are frustrated and each of us working on our laptop, and perhaps we decide to go for lunch, or perhaps suddenly something, brilliant strikes one of us, and then we have a conversation, and then it continues and nurtures. So I think both for culture as well as for innovation, coming together in person is incredibly important. Your other question on, is Wipro taking, advantage of the new world that exists effectively post-COVID. I think I shared, for me, one of the biggest advantages we as a technology company can take advantage of is how we can now access talent, right? Because talent doesn't have to be sitting in our offices in Mumbai or Chennai or Bangalore or Hyderabad all of the time. And we can now broad base and access talent from very different parts of the world, different parts of India, because the one thing that this has taught us is you can now work from anywhere. And even though it may not be perfect, it works. It works perhaps 85% as well, perhaps 90% as well. And so that is very, very, very energizing and very exciting from my perspective, the ability to access talent from all parts and all the time.
Oh, yes. In fact, the next question, and Dhairya, I hope you found your answers. The next question that I see here, Anurag and Rishad, is that Azim Premji Foundation and Wipro have made significant contributions to our country's COVID-19 response, though you have not been active in healthcare so far. So what drove your decision?
Anurag, go ahead.
I think Rishad explained it very well a while ago. And so therefore, it's a little bit of a repeat, which is that, in April, or actually late March, early April, as the scale of the crisis, the unprecedented nature of the crisis became clear to us, we looked at ourselves and we said, look, we have taken a stand, we have taken a position now for 20 years that we are citizens of this world, we are a part of this community, we are a part of this society. So as much as we must grow profits, as much as we must gain market share, equally, we must be responsible citizens. Now, in a crisis of this nature, if we are responsible citizens, what will we do? And the answer was quite simple. We must do as much as we can, absolutely as much as we can. So, and I must share this with you. It seems when I narrate it to you, or and if I write about it, it will seem really strange. We committed 1,125 crores to the effort. That's a lot of money. And actually, we committed 1,125 crores to the effort, saying internally that if it's required more, we'll do more, because we're not going to stop. And that scale of money, it did not take us days and days of discussion to come to that conclusion. I remember it was like a 2-minute call between Rishad and me. And both of us said exactly what I said just now to you, that this is unbelievable. Let's do whatever we can. And then another 20-minute call between some of us where both Rishad and I were involved. And that's it. And that's it. And then thereafter, as Rishad described, what we did was we mobilized all our partners, the NGOs that we fund support through financial grants. We mobilized the thousands of government school teachers that we work with, our own team members on the ground, Wipro's team members on the ground. And in a period of like 4 weeks, or I would say 6 weeks, we had about 55,000 people, 55 to 60,000 people across 400 districts working on humanitarian aid. And then it was also clear that humanitarian aid absolutely is essential. But at the heart of this matter is the ability to tackle the pandemic. And that's how, despite the fact that we had never worked in health, we actually almost constructed a new organization to be able to contribute to the health stuff that was really going on. And on everything, we worked very, very closely with the government across the different geographies that we were trying to do this. So I'll just go back to a very basic principle. Right? Many things I have described on this matter. Rishad had, very specific examples about what we do with our Pune Center and so on. But let me go back to the principle. And the principle is this conviction in us, this absolute conviction in us, that a business organization is not some unique thing where its only mandate is to earn money and grow profits. Its real mandate is to be a good citizen of this world. And with that conviction, we acted and we did everything that we could do. And let's remember this. It is such occasions, and I hope never is it repeated, but such occasions, meaning this kind of a crisis, where you start realizing that, even a large organization with 2 lakh people, even a large organization as big, as successful as Wipro, we are like straws in the wind. We are straws in the wind, and the wind is the world, what happens to society and the world. So therefore, once we remember we are like straws in the wind, then from our side, we'll actually start behaving in a manner by which we are trying to contribute to the good of society, not just look narrowly at business.
Anurag, in fact, Kaivalya had a question which was on very similar lines. So I am just wanting to convey to her that I hope Anurag answered your question as well in what he put out so beautifully. I'm told we have Chidambari Kulkarni from the College of Engineering, Pune, live with us. Is that happening? Yes, Chidambari, please go on.
I think you're on mute.
Yeah, could you unmute yourself?
Hello?
Ji.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
So, hello everybody. So, my question is, we can't achieve 100% sustainability without community support. Society is well aware about the sustainability, but don't really contribute to make any changes. So, what are your views on this?
Anurag, you want to take a stab?
It's a tough one. You want to take a stab?
Go ahead. It's a difficult question. I'll let you answer the difficult questions.
Okay. Chidambari, I think reality is somewhere in between. And what reality is somewhere in between? It's not as though communities and people don't work on this matter. It's not as though they're not sensitive to this matter. Look at all of you. Look at all of you. Why have you spent this time? Why have you invested? Why have your faculty members, teachers invested all this time, right? You're not getting grades out of it. And you have done a really remarkable job, and therefore you've got this award and you're here. But as you know, it's not just you. It's thousands and thousands of people who have participated. So that's a real life here and now example that this is not a black and white issue. Is it true that the global community is not doing adequately yet? Yes, that is true. That's where I started. And Rishad branded me as being pessimistic, which I'll come to later. But the fact is that while the global community may not be doing adequately, there are very many parts of the community, the global community, our own immediate community, which is doing fairly significant work. And you can see that. You can see that in many places. Wipro as a company is doing a lot, and Wipro is not alone. There are very many companies over the past 10, 15 years who have traversed this path, and that's a very heartening thing. You have countries, and they're perhaps relatively smaller countries, but you have countries who have really taken remarkable steps towards sustainability. So what I would like to bring you back to is sort of a theme that I've been going after in this entire conversation, is that it's important for us to not think in dichotomies. This versus that. That's not the real world. The real world is, it's not as though the global community is doing everything that's required, and certainly it's not as though the community is not doing anything. Right? And that's, in some senses, why all of you are here. And we need to, of course, grow the number of people who are doing those things, who are sensitive to those things. And of course, they also must do a lot more. So if I want to leave you with a takeaway, getting trapped mentally or thinking in dichotomies on anything is eventually not very functional.
If I may just add one thing which inspires me, and I mentioned this perhaps in the beginning of the conversation, which is, it's your generation and the generation that comes after you that I think will really make change. Because I really go back to the point I made, when I was in school in the 80s and, college in the 90s, we were not having these conversations on the environment and sustainability. So the conversation has become much more front and center in schools, in colleges, government schools, private schools, etc. You are becoming more and more conscious. You are educating people around you, your uncles and aunts, your parents, and making them more conscious. And so that just builds over time, and it gets only stronger and stronger till it becomes a way of life. I have two children who are, 12 and 11 today, and they teach me so much that I don't know. They make me more conscious of things that I don't know, right? Whether it be simple things like turning off the tap while brushing my teeth, just basic things of conserving and saving the environment. And I'm very hopeful from that perspective that very quickly you can build awareness, and with that awareness, you can start driving actions that may take from the environment, but also are conscious to use as sparingly as we can, so we leave behind something for our next generation and the generation after that, but also give back to try and preserve it and perhaps even sort of further nurture it. So I'm generally very hopeful, and these kinds of conversations, seeing the varied nature of people participating in an event like this from very different parts of the country, focusing and caring about the environment, is very, very motivating and encouraging.
Yes, so Rishad, I think जो बात ऋषद ने अभी कही, lot of hope, और जो आने वाली पीढ़ी है, ऋषद बता रहे थे कि बच्चे इनफैक्ट और भी बेहतर हैं, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने तो कॉलेज और स्कूल में ये चीज़ इतनी नहीं पढ़ी थी जितना आप कॉन्शियस हैं. There can be no better proof than the Wipro Earthians themselves, the Earthian Award winners of 2020. We are kind of winding up towards the final questions, but we have one from Aravinda High School. It's a tough one for you guys to answer. And it says, while recruiting people, do you and how do you test their sense of responsibility towards the environment, life, and the resources? Are there any kinds of programs for employees to bring awareness among them about nature?
It's a very good question and a very difficult question to answer. The reality is we don't check, Vasanti, and specifically on the environment, but we certainly deeply check on people who have a very strong set of values, right? How they think about the foundations of values, whether it be about integrity and always doing things right, to be trustworthy, to have a great sense of respect for people, to have passion for our customers, to be a responsible person, to be a global person, to be inclusive. So we certainly try and smell for them. There's never a perfect way of doing that, but we care deeply about that. What I will tell you that, when people join the company, if people don't have these values, they don't survive in the company very long. You can be me in the company, and if you don't demonstrate these values, over time, you won't have a job in the company. And it truly starts from the absolute top. So a sense of very, very strong foundational values is incredibly important. Being responsible is a core component of those values. But if it is to be very transparent do we very specifically check for one's orientation to the environment? Perhaps we don't today. We certainly have a lot of opportunities for people to get engaged, those who are passionate about it. We certainly try and build awareness through all our efforts and our focus on sustainability that Narayan drives across our campuses, across our communities. We talk about it a lot, so we build awareness around it, and hopefully we infuse that sense of orientation, that energy, that commitment to the environment that perhaps people came with or didn't come with when they joined the company.
मूल्य है, which is at the core of your system, ये बहुत मायना रखता है विप्रो के लिए, ऐसे ऋषद ने बताया. The next question comes from Our Lady of Remedies High School, Nerul, Goa, and it's a very profound one. They want to know, as a successful entrepreneur, do you feel money is equivalent to happiness? Anurag?
I think it's better answered by Rishad.
No, I'll add, but go ahead, Anurag.
See, I'm just making his life a little simpler.
Money is not equal to happiness. Money is not equal to happiness. Actually, happiness is a function of many things, many things. It's a balanced life that really will lead to happiness or contentment. Money or the effects of money are perhaps a component of that. But the pursuit of money, the single-minded pursuit of money, is a surefire recipe to unhappiness, right? So happiness has many components. Money or effects of money is one part of it. And it's the reverse that I think one should look at very, very carefully, which is that when there is deep poverty, when there is absolute absence of money, that does cause basic human distress, right? So instead of looking at does more and more money lead to more and more happiness, one should also look at the other side, where just the sheer poverty, what kind of distress can it cause? There's a very interesting a study, and that study is mostly based in the United States, because they've been doing a rigorous research on this matter for the past 70, 80 odd years. And the essence of the study is that as per capita GDP has gone up over the past 90, 80 years, it's not as though happiness has gone up. Happiness has sort of remained at the same level. So, yeah, it's a complex thing. But the pursuit of money, the single-minded pursuit of money, is a surefire recipe for unhappiness.
No, Vasanthi, I am a deep believer that money does not buy you happiness, right? And I know a lot of people who have money who are not very happy at all as people. So money does not buy you happiness. What money does, and I remember reading J.K. Rowling, who wrote the Harry Potter book, and she said, I remember, she said once, I was as poor as you could be in modern Britain without being homeless, is what she said. And so somebody asked her, what has money done for you? And she said, money has freed me. It has freed me from the daily anxiety of not knowing, when I was almost homeless, whether I could have a meal on the table for my children, whether I could sort of pay my rent for the next month, etc., etc. And so money is important. I'm not denying that. And so it frees you, right? I don't have to worry about certain fundamental things that somebody else may have to worry about, but it doesn't buy me happiness. And happiness comes from lots and lots of different things. I remember reading something else that Mary Angelo said. She said, you may forget what somebody said or what somebody did, but you will never forget how somebody made you feel. That's right. And happiness comes from those kinds of things. A great conversation with a friend, a hug from your sister, those kinds of things. I remember very recently having this conversation with my children, and my children pray, but it's not a formal prayer. I suppose they talk to God. We haven't really formalized this with them. And so I asked them once, I said, what do you ask for? What do you talk about? And one of them shared with me, and he says, I asked for happiness. And I don't know what he meant by that, but I suppose he meant just being content. And then I also asked him, well, what makes you sad? And he says, poor people make me sad. So it's interesting, because the opposite of happiness at some level in his mind, my 11-year-old son's mind, was, not having the basic comforts, but yet it was not the answer for happiness. So I'm rambling here, but those are some of the thoughts that come to mind. But certainly money in my mind doesn't equate to happiness. I would much, much rather be happy than have money.
No, that wasn't a ramble at all. Thank you both of you. और बहुत ही important सवाल था कि पैसा या खुशी, and both in your own ways. In fact, Rishad ने अपने दोनों बच्चों की उदाहरण भी दी, and I think it's very important for us to examine कि पैसे के पीछे ना पड़े, लेकिन उसके इसमें बीच में अगर मिलता है पैसा तो खैर well and good, and it certainly frees you up. A very, Gayatri Vanbhate and team would like to have your actual take on Wipro Earthian, your sustainability education program. This is from the College of Engineering, Pune.
Anurag, go ahead.
Your personal take on Wipro Earthian.
I mentioned it when I was speaking maybe 5 minutes ago, that Rishad branded me as a pessimist, and he self-branded himself as an optimist. Okay.
More optimistic. It doesn't make you a pessimist.
So the thing is that there's a wonderful line, which is that you need the pessimism of the intellect, and the optimism of the spirit, right? You need both. When you're dealing with challenges of this kind, you need both. The optimism of the spirit, which is what Rishad is, and the pessimism of the intellect, which is what I was talking about, right? Hindi में अगर कहूँ, तो दिल में आशा होनी चाहिए, और मस्तिष्क में वो सब चीजें होनी चाहिए जिससे निराशा होती है। इसी को दोनों को मिला के आगे बढ़ा जा सकता है। So this earthian thing, the Wipro earthian event, it is one of those things जो दिल में आशा भर देता है. It fills you with optimism, because otherwise your intellect is dealing with the pessimism. And what you need is this kind of optimism that comes from seeing the extraordinary commitment of thousands and thousands of young people, not one day, but repeatedly over the year, and not over 1 year, but 10 years now that we have been seeing it. So the pessimism of the intellect and the optimism of the spirit. And Wipro Earthian is really the energizing fuel, the fire for this kind of optimism of the spirit. Rishad.
No, I have nothing to add. You know, we're very proud and passionate about Wipro Earthian, as I said earlier as well. You know, it's one of those things that I think very thoughtfully brings two important things together. It brings the environment and education together. And it is incredibly, I'm repeating now, incredibly energizing to see that passion for both education and environment pervasive across, you know, tens of thousands of students across tens of thousands of schools and colleges across the country. And it is incredibly heartening. And, you know, building awareness, helping people drive projects, being involved in internships, being involved in fellowships, taking this agenda forward is incredibly important. And we are proud and humbled to play a very small part in that journey.
So I'm going to now ask you both a quick question, and of course, since there are still a few more, we're going to make this a little more rapid. Bhagya Lakhmani City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar, कि ये विप्रो का लोगो जो है, उसमें क्या कोई संदेश है? What is it conveying?
No, it's conveying lots of different things. One is it's conveying the multi-diversity of the world and the opportunities, right, through the multiple different colors. The other big thing that it communicates is progress, because as the dots go from being smaller to bigger as it moves out, so it communicates progress. And it also communicates growth, because as you go from the seed to grow out, it communicates the opportunity to grow. So it's modern, it's contemporary, it is diverse.
Thank you, Rishad.
Anurag is the expert behind it, so he can add something to that.
Yeah, Rishad put it beautifully. There's only one thing I can add, and it also reflects continuity. You know, if you go back to the earlier Wipro logo, you can see the continuity from that logo to this logo. And the reason I point that out is that in life, in nature, continuity, you know, being truthful to what you are is very important. And therefore, in my mind, it's a remarkable logo. It can do everything that Rishad talked about, and at the same time, be very anchored in what we have been, what we are.
Certainly, a lot of food for thought there. Agastya is on the live with us, I'm told, from City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar. I have no idea what he wants to ask. Agastya.
Thank you, Vasanti ma'am, and hello everyone. Sir, my question is, what all is done by Wipro to conserve the environment on the campuses? Are employees of Wipro as concerned about environment as companies?
Yeah, so I guess that's a great question. I touched upon it a little bit earlier, but I'll focus on it. So we are very conscious as a company in terms of how we can be saving the environment, giving back to the environment, and as a consequence of which we also make many of our employees incredibly aware. Many of our new buildings that we are in our campuses are green buildings. So 18 of our new buildings now in the last several years are green buildings. So they are to the highest environmental standards. About 40% of the energy we use across our campuses is renewable energy. About 40% of the waste in the company is reused in terms of bio-waste. Our water is recycled. So again, about 41% of our water in the campuses is recycled. We have made a commitment to move to using only electric vehicle for transportation for all our employees, what we call EV 100 by 2030. We have signed up for something called Transform to Net Zero, which is a commitment to be carbon neutral by so zero carbon emission, not carbon neutral, but zero carbon emission by 2050, along with 9 very big companies across the globe. It is front and center in many conversations inside the company. We always try and find the right trade-off between profitability for the company and the protection of the environment. And so it's a very, very core subject embedded in the internal fabric of the company. And I think that ultimately spreads to employees as well, because it is such an important part of the company. So hopefully that gives you some sense of the kinds of things that we are doing, and we will continue to do, because we think it's incredibly important to do.
Swagata. Sorry, I'm told we have Swagata from Sundarban Jan Kalyan Sangha Vidya Niketan, who wants to ask you a question.
And I'm class 9 from West Bengal. My question is,
Swagata. हाँ, स्वागता शायद आपने सुन लिया होगा. अगर दोनों ऑन है एक ही टाइम पे, यस, शायद 1 मिनट के लिए वो मास्क हटा दें तो और भी सुनाई देगा शायद. ये अच्छी बात है that you are so responsible.
your education system to
स्वागता, मैं पढ़ दूं?
कुछ बोला आपने?
जी जी, बहुत कुछ बोला. आप मास्क हटा सकती हैं. मैं आपके लिए क्वेश्चन पढ़ दूं. आप क्लियरली सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है इस तरफ.
ठीक है, मैं बोल दूं.
हाँ, बोलिए.
कि my question is, do you think we need a dramatic change in our education system to achieve sustainability? Because low awareness is the root of all problems.
I think that was clear. Do we need drastic changes in our education system to achieve sustainability? Who would like to take that?
Anurag.
Yes. We need absolutely dramatic set of changes in our education system. And what are those dramatic changes? Those dramatic changes are not just about awareness. That's not enough. The dramatic changes are about, is our education system, is our school system, हमारे स्कूल जो हैं, क्लासरूम में, क्या हमारे छात्र, the students, all of you, 260 million students we have in this country, right? क्या वो सोचने की क्षमता विकसित हो रही है? So the most important thing is not awareness. The most important of things, and I'll talk about something perhaps even more important, but the most important of things is our education developing the capacity to think, to question, search for answers, to develop curiosity, right? So awareness is important, but more important is education developing the capacity to think. And it's not just about rote memorization, याद कर लिया, रट लिया, वो sufficient नहीं है. अगर आप environment और sustainability के बारे में रट लेंगे कोई चीज तो वो sufficient नहीं है. तो पहली बात है, शिक्षा को हमारे देश में सोचने की क्षमता को विकसित करना चाहिए. एक drastic change. दूसरा drastic change, जिसके बारे में मैंने रिशाद में कई बार उल्लेख किया, we have referred to it many times by now, is that eventually education is not just about knowledge and thinking, it's about values. It's about what are we committed to? What are we? What are we as human beings, as individuals, as society, as a community? Being responsible is not a matter of thinking. Being responsible is a matter of values, integrity, honesty, humaneness, empathy. These are dispositions and values. So the second drastic change, which is at a very fundamental level, is not just that education must develop capacities to think, but actually it must develop these values, these commitments, which is really at the core of our being human. केवल अवेयरनेस से, कैपेसिटी टू थिंक से भी हम ह्यूमन नहीं बनते हैं. हम ह्यूमन बनते हैं अपने वैल्यूज से. हम ह्यूमन बनते हैं, हम लोग मनुष्य हैं इसलिए क्योंकि हमें एम्पैथी है. हम लोग मनुष्य हैं क्योंकि हमें ऑनेस्टी है. हम लोग मनुष्य हैं क्योंकि हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल फील करते हैं. ड्रास्टिक चेंज तरह तरह के करने हैं, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है. लेकिन जैसे हम दोनों कई बार कह चुके हैं, many times have we said now in the past hour, that the heartening thing is that so many of you are there, so many of you are doing this, and one can rest assured by the time the next generation comes, perhaps this will be in millions, लाखों करोड़ों में होगा.
That's fantastic. We actually have another, question on very similar lines from Sashi Sahu, जो शासकीय उच्च माध्यमिक शाला दुर्ग छत्तीसगढ़ से हैं. शशि, क्या आप हमसे जुड़ पा रही हैं? जी, पूछिए. यस शशि, प्लीज अनम्यूट, अपने ऑडियो को अनम्यूट कीजिए और अपना सवाल पूछिए. Yes. Are you able to do that? नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं. नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं शशि. मैं पढ़ दूं आपका सवाल. वॉल्यूम आपने शायद म्यूट तो नहीं कर दिया है वहां पर. We'll give this a few more seconds. We're running a little out of time, but I want her to be able to ask her own question. That would be really good. शशि, आप फिर से ट्राई करेंगी? जो वहाँ पर अपना स्क्रीन पे म्यूट बटन, उस पर कुछ ऐसे लगा होगा ना, उसको अगर आप दबाएं फिर से तो आप शायद हम सब आपको सुन पाएंगे.
Yes. सभी अतिथियों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम. मैं साक्षी साहू, शासकीय उच्चतर माध्यमिक शाला पांडा दुर्ग छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ. सर, 90% लोग पर्यावरण के टिकाऊपन में अपना कोई योगदान नहीं देते, बल्कि वे अपने कार्यों से पर्यावरण के टिकाऊपन को नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं. सर, यह कैसे संभव है कि मात्र 10% लोगों द्वारा किया गया कार्य पर्यावरण के टिकाऊपन के लिए सार्थक होगा?
Quick translation of what Sakshi was trying to ask is that she says that 90% of the people don't contribute to actually building the environment. In fact, they do things to hurt it. So how is it even possible that this 10% and what they are doing for sustainability is even going to be fruitful? Who wants to take that up? Rishad, Anurag?
Sakshi, पहली बात तो तुम दुर्ग से बोल रही हो. मैं अभी तुम्हारे ही रीजन से वापस आया हूँ. कल मैंने कहा ना कि मैं रायगढ़ में था. एक्चुअली रायपुर आया था, रायपुर से रायगढ़ गया था. तो पहले बोल देती तो मैं तुम्हारे स्कूल में आ जाता अगली बार. ठीक है. तो देखो, ऐसा है कि मुझे नहीं लगता कि 90% लोग पर्यावरण को नष्ट करते हैं और 10% लोग उसको सुधारने का काम करते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है. मुझे ये लगता है कि 100 के 100% लोग पर्यावरण को नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं, क्योंकि हम जो भी करते हैं उससे कुछ ना कुछ नुकसान पहुंचता है ना. तो मेरे ख्याल से 100 के 100%, 100% of us are somehow damaging the environment. इन सम वे, ठीक है? इस बात को ख्याल रखना चाहिए। तुम लोग इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, इतनी मेहनत की है, तुम लोग इतने अवेयर हो, यू वन द अवार्ड, राइट? लेकिन तुम भी कुछ करती हो जिससे एनवायरनमेंट को नुकसान तो होता है ना? तो वी शुड रिमेंबर दैट कि वी आर ऑल रिस्पॉन्सिबल, ऑल ऑफ अस आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर व्हाट इज हैपनिंग अराउंड अस। दूसरी बात, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता कि 90% लोग कुछ भी नहीं करते एनवायरनमेंट के लिए। अब कितने प्रतिशत लोग करते हैं नहीं करते, मुझे किसी को रियली मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से अधिकांश लोग इस दुनिया में अनजाने में बहुत कुछ करते हैं पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा के लिए। जैसे मैं पिछले हफ्ते में जो रायगढ़ में था, मैंने डिस्क्राइब किया था, तुम लोगों ने सुना होगा कि क्या हालत है उस जिले की, ठीक है? लेकिन वहां जो खेतीहर मजदूर है, वो क्या पर्यावरण को बचाने की कोशिश नहीं करता है क्या? वो मेड़ बना रहा है। मेड़ क्यों बना रहा है? वो पानी के संरक्षण के लिए मेड़ बना रहा है ना? तुम्हारे राज्य में सबसे खूबसूरत चीज होती है, हर गांव में तालाब होते हैं छोटे छोटे, देखे हैं ना? छत्तीसगढ़ में होते हैं, उड़ीसा में होते हैं, वेस्ट बंगाल में, छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुत ही खूबसूरत तालाब है। कौन बनाता है तालाब को? गांव वाले बनाते हैं। तो वो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो अपने दिल में ये सोच रहे हैं कि पर्यावरण की संरक्षण के लिए कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके जीवन की जो शैली है, जीवन का जो तरीका है, वो पर्यावरण से इतना घुला मिला है कि वो पर्यावरण की संरक्षण करता है, ठीक है ना? तो मैं तुमको ये बात कहना चाहता हूं कि हम 100%, तुम और मैं भी, किसी ना किसी तरह से पर्यावरण को डैमेज कर रहे हैं। और इस दुनिया के बहुत लोग अपने अपने तरीके से, अपनी जीवन शैली से कुछ ना कुछ करते हैं पर्यावरण के लिए। इस बात से मैं पूरी तरह से सहमत हूं तुम्हारी, और जो मैं कई बार पहले कह चुका हूं पिछले 1-1.5 घंटे में, कि हमको सबको और बहुत ज्यादा करने की जरूरत है, बहुत ज्यादा करने की जरूरत है। जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं वो सफिशिएंट नहीं है, वो एडिक्वेट नहीं है। अगर यही चलता रहा तो अगले 50, 60, 70 साल में, जब तुम लोग तो रहोगे, मैं नहीं रहूंगा तो ये दुनिया बहुत बहुत कठिन हो जाएगी, बहुत बहुत कठिन हो जाएगी। तो हमको सबको बहुत कुछ करना है। और अगली बार अगर कहोगी तो तुम्हारे स्कूल में आ जाऊंगा।
अनुराग, आपने तो सिर्फ साक्षी से पूछा, लेकिन जो हाँ सब लोगों से मिला, आई कुड सी ऑल ऑफ देम नॉडिंग yes sir. So you certainly have a visit on on your itinerary going forward. Risha, did you want to add anything to what was asked?
No, I think that is a very good answer.
Yeah, in fact, some of the questions that have come up, though it might have seemed like कुछ parts ऐसे repeat हो रहे थे, but it was all adding up. मतलब क्योंकि ये दोबारा कहने की जरूरत है। I think it needs a lot of reiteration. सबको एक ही बात में हम सबको कोई समझ में नहीं आएगी. In fact, David Quammen also mentioned the cell phone bit, which I think adds to what Anurag was saying, कि हम सब लोग even चाहते हुए भी, even though we want to be good to the environment, in our own ways, the way he spoke about the coal ton and what it takes to mine and what happens when, of course, we are using our mobile phones, और उसके बिना तो कोई रहता भी नहीं है आजकल. So I would like to thank both of you for actually doing this, because आज काफ़ी इतने ढेर सारी जो सोच और धारा you have kind of put into all our minds, और इतने सारे जो schools और colleges के विद्यार्थी जो देख रहे हैं, I'm sure they're all feeling very charged up कि हमें कुछ करना है. So Wipro earthian का जो है वो सार्थक रहेगा. It will make it all worth it. So I'm going to, on behalf of the entire family of award winners and all the teachers, the educators, the jury, everybody who's watching you, say thanks and dhanyavad and namaskara to both of you.
Thank you.
Vasanti, thank you so much. Thank you.
Pleasure. अब हम मिलेंगे लिसी प्रिया से, जो who's a student like all of you, because she is one of the youngest climate activists. Climate activist को हिंदी में क्या कहें हम? शायद पर्यावरण कार्यकर्ता कहें. So Lissy Priya is a 9-year-old Indian climate activist. I think it's just fantastic that Lissy Priya is able to join us. और ये काम कर रही है from her 6th year, from the age of 6, to protect, preserve and nurture our environment by fighting climate change. She's one of the youngest climate activists globally. She has addressed world leaders at the United Nations Climate Conference 2019, that's the COP25 जो हुआ स्पेन देश में, Madrid. calling the world leaders to take immediate climate action to save our collective future. और I think लिसी प्रिया के पीछे मैं किसी को देख रही हूँ. I'm going to even ask लिसी प्रिया कि वो कौन है जो अभी अभी स्क्रीन पे आई थी, आपकी दोस्त है. She's an
वो मेरी छोटी बहन है.
क्या नाम है उनका?
उसका नाम अरीना.
अमीना? ओह, वेरी नाइस. देखिए दोनों बहनों से हम मिल पा रहे हैं. हाउ लवली इज दैट. आई थिंक ऐसे ही 1 मिनट बने रहिए, क्योंकि whoever is watching can take a nice photograph, है ना? अभी इसका एक स्क्रीनशॉट भी ले लेंगे, और क्योंकि हमें तो आपकी बहन से भी मिलने का मौका मिल रहा है. हेलो. हाय. एंड वेयर आर यू जॉइनिंग अस फ्रॉम? विच प्लेस?
India. In Delhi.
In Delhi. Yes, all of us in India are very, very proud of you. And of course, Lissy Priya is an outspoken young leader inspiring millions of people around the world and is one of the leading voices. She's a World's Children Peace Prize Laureate 2019, Rising Star of Earth Day Network 2019, and is the winner of the Global Child Prodigy Award 2020. Yani ki Lissy Priya has spoken across many fora in the world. She's spoken in 400 sansthaen already, 400 institutions and other platforms in over 32 countries, talking about the threat of climate change as part of her movement. When she started that in 2018, she was alone, but today she has thousands who love and support her from across the globe. And today onwards, Lissy Priya, you're going to have even more people. All of us love you. We love you totally and the work you do.
Thank you so much.
Now we want to listen to you speak. It's over to Lissy Priya.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Lissy Priya Kanguja. I am 9 years old. I am an Indian climate activist and the founder of the Child Movement. I'm fighting to save our planet and our future. Thank you so much, Wipro Foundation, for inviting me to speak in this program. And congratulations to all the award winners of Wipro Earthian Awards 2020. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining your hands in saving our planet. And I'm really very glad to be here with all of you today. And now I'm come on my journey story about how I became what I'm now today. You see, why should I worry about the climate change? Why should I be concerned about the global warming? Why should I talk to the people about the various environmental issues happening around the world? I have to read my books, I have to play with my friends, I have to study, I have to enjoy my beautiful childhood life. But our leaders ruined all our beautiful childhood life. Climate change is not only for me or for someone else or for you. Climate change problem is for every single person living in this world. Each and every child living in this country, living in this world, are already the victims of climate change. That's why I'm fighting to save our planet and our future. You can just see in Delhi how air pollution is so dangerous. Even children can't move out of their home. I'm worried about the health of the school children and small babies. Government announced that they will ban the firecrackers for 2-3 weeks, will install 2-3 smoke tower in 2-3 places, but these are not the permanent solution. We don't want any temporary solution. We want permanent solution. Our leaders are just busy in blaming each other instead of finding a long-term solution. They are just telling this speech. They are not doing any action. I want our world leaders to take immediate climate action to save our planet and our future. You can just see in Arctic and Himalayas how icebergs are melting twice as fast than ever before. And now sea level are increasing and our earth is becoming very hot. I'm worried about the future of our planet. And many biodiversity hotspots become climate hotspots now. I think you all heard in the news about Australia bushfire, California wildfire, Amazon rainforest fire, and Siberia forest fire. Billions of animals have died, millions of trees have gone, and really very sad. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't even take my food. Many children lost their homes. But these are all the real effect of climate change. Why our leaders don't have the time to hear all our voice. But this is the real climate emergency. They must act now to save our planet and our future. When I was just around 4 years old, I accompanied my dad for raising funds for the victims of the deadly massive Nepal earthquake of 2015, where more than 10,000 people died and lakhs of people got injured. We went to Nepal all the way from India by the road to drop the foodstuffs, medicines, clothes, etc. for the victims, children, and families. I get scared when on television I see people suffering and dying due to lack of awareness. I cry when I see children losing their parents or people becoming homeless due to danger of disasters. My country has many disasters like earthquake, flood, landslide, air pollution, earthquake, typhoon, etc. at the same time. These are all the impact of climate change. That was the first time where I heard the words climate change and natural disasters. But I couldn't realize what exactly it is as I was a small baby that time. Now I realize that this could be the main reason why I'm concerned about our planet and our future. And in July 2018, when I was just 6 years old, I got a chance to attend one United Nations disaster conference in Mongolia. It was my life-changing event. After return back from Mongolia in July 2018, I've started my organization called the Child Movement to call the world leaders to take immediate climate action to save our planet and our future. And also, Greta Thunberg greatly influenced me in February 2019. Since then, at Parliament House of India, I am standing and I'm telling to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, and our MPs to pass the climate change law as soon as possible from the paper to become action. If they pass this climate change law, then we can control the carbon emission and greenhouse gases, and it will also give the climate justice to the thousands of poor vulnerable people who are already the victims of climate change. I dropped out my school since February 2019 due to my protest every week in the Parliament House of India. I have three main demands to our leaders and the government to change the system. Number first is to pass this climate change law as soon as possible from the paper to become action. If they pass this climate change law, then can control the carbon emission and greenhouse gases, and also it will help to give the climate justice to the thousands of poor vulnerable people who are already the victims of climate change. Number second is to include climate change as a compulsory subject in our school education curriculum. If they included climate change as a compulsory subject in our school education curriculum, then we can fight the climate change from the grassroots, and it will also help to tell our world leaders by their own children and grandchildren, because they can't believe in science and climate change is real. Number third is students must plan minimum 10 trees every year. In India, there are 250 million students. If 250 million students plant minimum 10 trees every year, then we would plant over 3.5 billion trees. Trust me, India will be green in after 5 years. And I want our leaders to give us clean air to breathe. And today I have a small message to all the children of the world. Children must tell their parents that they should walk if it's nearby, or they can use the bicycle. And please don't use car or bikes every time. And children must tell their parents that they shouldn't cut trees. If they cut one tree, then plant minimum 10 or 20 trees. And children must tell their parents that they should not use single-use plastic at their homes, and they should not throw garbage or plastic on streets, ocean, rivers, seas, or any other places. And today I want to share something with everyone living in this world from my little heart. We all know we are facing a pandemic on one side, and flood, drought, heat wave, cyclone, locust, earthquake, air pollution, typhoon, etc. at the other side. Now this is the time to wake up. This is the time to open up your eyes. This is the time to send your children and grandchildren to fight for their survival and for their own future. The best gift parents can give to their children is not a beautiful house, expensive cars, lots of money. The best gift you can give to your children is a beautiful planet. To give this planet, you have to change yourself. If you can change yourself, then you can change your family. If you can change your family, then you can change your neighborhood. If you can change your neighborhood, then you can change your community. If you can change your community, then you can change your state. If you can change your state, then you can change your country. If you can change your country, then you can change the whole world. Change means empowerment. Empowerment means independent. Independent means freedom. Freedom is when you can protect your land and environment. Freedom is when you can protect your children's future, culture, and health. Freedom is when no one can discriminate you on the basis of caste, creed, color, sex, or any other differences. Freedom is when you can read and write. Freedom is when you're out of hunger. Freedom is when we are all together in this fight. Fight for your freedom. Thank you. Jai Hind. Sanaleba Manipurna Yarfi. Thank you once again.
Beautiful. What a treat it would have been to actually, have you at any other year in Bangalore. But thank you, Lissy Priya. What an important message you have conveyed. और ये जो पर्यावरण कार्यकर्ता हैं जो हमसे जुड़ी थी दिल्ली से, लिसी प्रिया, उनके लिए from all over India, whoever is watching from whichever school, whichever town, गाँव, we just loved what you told us, and this is going to completely inspire a lot of people. So keep that good work going.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
From Lissy Priya, we now move on to hearing somebody who it's an honor to hear. मतलब उनको सुनना ही एक बहुत भाग्य की बात है, because उनका काम ही इतना अच्छा है. It would have been honor yet again to have this person in Bangalore, but we'll have to settle for a recorded interview from him. Jadav Molai Payang is an environmental activist and forestry worker, and he's from Majuli. He is born in the indigenous Mising tribe of Assam. और आप में से कई लोगों ने ये जो मजूली का नाम तो सुना ही होगा. वेरी वेरी ब्यूटीफुल, एंड ऑल्सो अ लॉट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल चेंजेस हैव हैपन, जिस वजह से क्लाइमेट चेंज की जब भी बात होती है तो मजूली का नाम तो आ ही जाता है बहुत बहुत बार. And he is popularly known as the forest man of India. Over the course of several decades, he has planted and tended trees on a sandbar of the river Brahmaputra. आप में से कितने लोगों ने ब्रह्मपुत्र नदी जो है, which is such a mighty river, देखा है? ये तो मैं नहीं जानती, पर इसको, when it's turning it into a forest reserve, he has planted and tended trees. The forest is called the Molai forest after him. So it's located near Kokilamukh of Jorhat, Assam. And, area की अगर बात की जाए तो 1,360 acres, 550 hectares. इसी वजह से भारत सरकार ने उन्हें नवाजा 2015 में Padma-Shri, the 4th highest civilian award in India. How honored we are to speak to him. Let's now watch him talk about his journey and motivations in this video.
एक साइंटिस्ट है, उसका नाम डॉक्टर जुलनाथ बेजपुर. वो हम लोग को सिखाया, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज देता है, जे पेड़ रोपने से भी नहीं होगा, पेड़ रोप के प्रतिपालन करके बड़ा करने पर, पंछी के ऊपर, जानवर के ऊपर, पेड़ के ऊपर, वो प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज देता है. लेकिन एक दिन वो साइंटिस्ट ने बुलाया, देखिए इधर आओ, आपका हाथ देखिए, ये काम करो, आप विश्व के सबसे बड़ा आदमी हो जाएगा. आज तक 90 इयर्स हो गया मेरा फॉरेस्ट में आ रहा है. जब 1979 पर ओवर फ्लड हुआ, जो तो इरोशन के खत्म हो गया, वो तो सेंट एरिया हो गया. जब बालू ज़्यादा हो गया, लेकिन जून जुलाई तक असम में ऐसे ही होता है, तो आगे 12 दिन ज़्यादा धूप होता है. लेकिन वो दिन जब 23 दिन ज़्यादा धूप हो गया, धूप में क्या सेंट एरिया बालू जब गर्मी हो गया तो सब सर्पलोग तय हो। सांप नहीं मरने से क्या करने पड़ेगा? उधर 5 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस डेयरी कमेटी है, उधर शासी को बुलाया, सांप नहीं मरने से क्या करने पड़ेगा? वो लोग बुलाया विश्व से सब उष्णा घास रोपो। मेरा मालूम नहीं है विश्व से सब उष्णा घास क्या है। वो लोग बुलाया बेम्बो रोपने से भी सांस हो जाएगा, सांप नहीं मरेगा। मैं कहाँ मिलेगा? वो लोग 50 बेम्बो का बीज, 25 बेम्बो, सांप मरने वाला जो जमीन है उसका हेरा देखे तो 5 मिट्टी का कलछी लेके फुटा करके 5 दिन का अंतर पानी दे देके ये बेम्बो भी जल्दी हुआ। जो बीज आया था वो भी पेड़ रुकते 30 ईयर्स तो ग्रीन हो गया। जब तक ग्रीन का पहले शताधिक डियर आ गया, डियर आने के बाद रॉयल बेंगल टाइगर आ गया, राइनो आ गया, एलिफेंट आया। एलिफेंट आने के टाइम में मेरा बहुत मुश्किल हो गया। क्या है, जब तक एलिफेंट आका गाँववासी ने बुलाया तो ये पेड़ पौधा लगा के फर्श बनाने के लिए एलिफेंट को आ गया, हमारे मकान तोड़ दिया था। इसके लिए हम लोग पेड़ काटने आया था। मैं जब तक आया था हजारों लोग, मैं तो मेरे को पहले काट दो, उसके बाद पेड़ काटे। मेरा पेड़ तो कोई किसके मकान तोड़ नहीं है था, एलिफेंट में तोड़ रहा है। लेकिन एलिफेंट के लिए आप लोग का MLA भी है, MP भी है, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, भारत का प्रधानमंत्री, उन लोग के साथ बातचीत। मेरा बात सुन के वो लोग चला गया। तो आसाम के जो संवाद माध्यम आ गया, जितने भी आए वो लोग आया गया था। आने के बाद जो दिन आया था वही दिन 9 का को टाइगर खा गया और 3 राइनो है, 150 एलिफेंट है। इसके लिए मैं सोचा कि वो तो कोई पता नहीं है, नहीं ना है। वो लोग तो घोषा रहा है कि क्या था, वो तो राइनो मारने के लिए ना एलिफेंट मारने के लिए, उसको तो बढ़ा दीजिए, आप लोग मत चाहिए। वो लोग चला गया। दूसरा दिन मकर क्रांति है, माघी का पूजा है। वो लोग आके एक आसामीज गामोसा और चेलेंग चादर और 500 रुपया दे के आप बहुत अच्छे काम कर, आपका साथ हम लोग रहेगा। लेकिन ये आर्टिकल लिखने के लिए अब 2 साल लगा। सदिया तक धुबुरी अध्ययन करके वो लोग तब डिपार्टमेंट ने बुलाया कि ये हमारा रेवेन्यू में नहीं है, वो फॉरेस्ट बनाया, उसका नाम पर ये फॉरेस्ट है, हमारे नहीं है। तब 2010 25 जनवरी में जब जीतू कलिता आर्टिकल लिखाया, उसका बाद दूरदर्शन टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया आ गया। टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया आने के बाद जब आर्टिकल निकालने के बाद जवाहरलाल यूनिवर्सिटी ने वो लोग रात 3:30 बजे में मेरे को सम्मान दिया था, फॉरेस्ट मैन ऑफ इंडिया। पहले इंडिया में पहले बार दिया था। इंडिया का हर स्टेट का स्कूल, कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी गया था। 1972 में स्वीडन का स्टॉकहोम में 113 देशों ने घुसा। वही दिन भी क्लाइमेट चेंज। इंडिया में क्या करा, 1973 में बुक में सब पाठ्यक्रम में उड़ा ढुका दिया था। लेकिन मैं दिखाया 1974 से विश्व परिवेश दिवस पालन कर, मैं ऑल ओवर इंडिया स्कूल, कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी में जाके देखा है एक गाता पर विश्व परिवेश दिवस पालन कर रहा है, लेकिन एक भी पेड़ नहीं है। नहीं, इंडिया का शिक्षा ऐसे ही है, कि बड़ा लोग पेड़ कटा है, छोटा लड़का बच्चा उखाड़ के जान मरता है। वो दिन से नहीं मरने से भी इतनी क्लाइमेट चेंज नहीं होता। लेकिन अभी ऐसे ही करने पड़ेगा। शिक्षा को अग्राधिकार देने के एनवायरमेंटल साइंस, परिवेश विज्ञान को LP स्कूल में से देने पड़ेगा। जब तक एक लड़का LP स्कूल में एडमिशन देगा, एक पेड़ रोपने पड़ेगा। वो प्रैक्टिकली 5 साल में बड़ा करने पड़ेगा, उसका ऑक्सीजन वो लेगा। दूसरा 5 साल और एक पेड़ रोपेगा, विश्ववासी को देगा। 10 साल में ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड ग्रीन हो जाएगा। ये मेरा कुछ नहीं है, मैं पेड़ के ऊपर, जानवर के ऊपर जो करे मेरा प्रेम है, इसके लिए कर सकता है। अभी को कौन देगा कौन नहीं देगा मेरा ज़रूरत नहीं है। दूसरा तो अभी 550 हेक्टेयर हो गया, ग्रीन हो गया, और 2000 हेक्टेयर ले लेता है। अब 2011 से शुरू हुआ। आजकल क्या है, एलिफेंट जब आ जाता है, मंकी जब आता है, पीपुल और एलिफेंट का गांव का हंगामा कम हो जाता है, खाने वाला चीज उधर मिलता है। इसके लिए ये कर सकता है, पेड़ रुक के उसका प्रतिपालन करके बड़ा करने पड़ेगा, संरक्षण करने पड़ेगा, तब हम जिंदे रहेगा, नहीं तो नहीं रहेगा। इंडिया का प्रॉब्लम है 2020 तक 50 विश्व से सब पॉपुलेशन ज़्यादा है। अभी धरती तो बड़ा नहीं हुआ ना, पॉपुलेशन भी ज़्यादा हुआ, धरती बड़ा नहीं हुआ। इसके लिए हमारा बहुत कंडीशन है। हमारा क्लाइमेट चेंज से बचाने के लिए जितने भी इंडिया के खाली ज़मीन है सब फिलअप करने पड़े, तब हम लोग जिंदे रहेगा, नहीं तो नहीं रहेगा। और नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न बहुत कंडीशन है। नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न 100 ईयर्स तक तो पानी खत्म हो जाएगा, सेंट एरिया हो जाएगा, यहाँ पानी नहीं मिलेगा, पानी पीने के लिए नहीं मिलेगा। विप्रो आर्यन को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, जितने जो काम करा है इंडिया के लिए, उसको आप जैसे ही है इंडिया को डेवलप करने के जो प्रोसेस है ये करने से भी आप लोग को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। मैंने एनवायरमेंटल साइंस, परिवेश विज्ञान, ये एलपी स्कूल में देने चाहिए। बचपन से जो मातृभाषा से सिखा देगा, एनवायरमेंट के लिए प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज देगा, वो लोग तो संरक्षण करेगा, नहीं तो नहीं रहेगा, और मातृभाषा से सीखने पड़ेगा। तो ब्रेन जब तक वो लोग कब्जा कर लेगा तब जल्दी हो सकेगा। तो बहुत ज़रूरत है। ये नहीं है इंडिया में ऐसे मातृभाषा से सिखाओ, ऐसे नहीं। तो चाइना, ताइवान, जर्मनी, फ्रांस हो, अपन भाषा से सिखाने वो लोग का स्टूडेंट सब डेवलप होता है। एनवायरमेंटल साइंटिस्ट के काम करने के लिए आया था, इसके लिए आप लोग को धन्यवाद देते हैं। ये बहुत अच्छा काम है, आजकल बहुत ज़रूरत है। ये मैं अकेला करने नहीं होगा, आप लोग अकेला करने नहीं होगा। ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड, ऑल ओवर इंडिया जल्दी का इंडिया का करप्शन है, इसलिए इंडिया के लिए आप लोग आ रहा है, ये तो बहुत अच्छा काम है। इसके लिए आप लोग को धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
एक जो बात उन्होंने कही कि हर बच्चा जैसे ही स्कूल शुरू करे एक तो पौधा लगाए, और उस 5 वर्षों में जब वो पौधा बढ़कर पेड़ बनने लगेगा तो हमारे जो पर्यावरण की जो बातें हम कर रहे हैं तब वो सार्थक होगा। Such beautiful thoughts from the forest man of India. Such an honor to listen to him, and from the Majuli forest, this place, and to imagine the kind of work that he has done. और जो उन्होंने एक और बात कही थी कि मातृभाषा से हम ये सब सीखें, ये बहुत बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि इंग्लिश तो जाने लेकिन सीखें काफ़ी कुछ अपनी ही मातृभाषा से। तो ये बनाए रखना इस रिश्ते को, ये बहुत ही एकदम डीप नाता है। तो इसके साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं इस खूबसूरत दिन जो 10th ईयर ऑफ अवार्ड्स, अर्थीन अवार्ड्स का ये एक आखिरी प्रोग्राम कह सकते हैं। तो 6 साल से मैं खुद देखती आ रही हूँ कि एक क्विज चला आ रहा है जो है टॉप इंडियन कॉलेज फेस्टिवल्स, और इसको कहते हैं, इसका नाम है विप्रो सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्विज। और इसमें क्या होता है कि जो यंग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो युवा छात्रा लोग हैं, उनके साथ दिस फैसिनेटिंग स्पेस ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी, स्थिरता जिसे हम कहते हैं, इस पे हम जारी रहते हैं। ड्यू टू द पैंडेमिक दिस ईयर दिस होल क्विज हैज हैपेंड ऑनलाइन। इट्स बीन अ ग्रेट जर्नी, बट आज हम देख पाएंगे इस फाइनल को। Today we feature the 4 finalists who made it here after 24 rounds of high intensity quizzing over a period of 1 month. So चलिए देखते हैं हम this quiz contest. We have Lloyd Saldana from Grey Caps, a quiz master who is known for his educative, insightful and entertaining questions, and I must say his characteristic wit. Saldana जो है, he has an experience of over a decade, has presented over 500 shows across India, UAE, Oman and the United Kingdom. So चलो अभी हम सब लोग देखें from wherever we are, the 4 finalists, and they are battling it out in the Wipro Sustainability Quiz. Let's now move on to the quiz finals at the Earthian Awards.
Dear friends, welcome to the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz Program. The program was created for college students in India, was launched in the year 2015. The quiz was launched as an initiative to increase the basic knowledge quotient and enthusiasm for the world of sustainability. The content for the quiz is curated from a wide range of topics under the broad umbrella of sustainability, which includes renewable energy, solid waste management, green architecture, environmental movements, social innovation, latest trends in sustainability, and a whole lot more. The quiz, which today is an annual event, has not only seen many top colleges partnering with the initiative, but also has had overwhelming participation from students across the country. The Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz is the only national higher education quiz in the country dedicated to sustainability. The last 6 years has had more than 10,000 students being engaged with this initiative and coming back for more. We would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to all the participating colleges, the head of institutions, and students for the overwhelming response we have received for the quiz this year. We hope you all have a great quizzing experience.
It is time to start the finals. Please welcome your quiz master, Lloyd Saldana.
Hello and a warm welcome to the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020, and it is time for the national final. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lloyd Saldana. I'll be your host for this event, and this has been an extremely interesting sustainability quiz so far. Nelson Mandela once said that education is perhaps the most powerful weapon you can use to teach people, and possibly that is so well aligned a statement or a quote for this very quiz. This is a sustainability initiative from Wipro Limited, and it's been a part of college calendars from 2015. We have traversed the length and breadth of this nation doing this quiz at different colleges. This quiz has had over 4,000 participants taking part in different levels. We started off with a preliminary round online, from there to the pre-quarterfinals, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and today, the big day, the national finale. The 4 individuals who have qualified, I will introduce to you in just a bit. But I must say that this has been a continued effort annually from the world of Wipro Limited as a part of its education program for sustainability for college students. So without further ado, let me start off by introducing to you the final 4. The first of our finalists from Harco Butler Technical University, Swarn Srivatsava. Following Swarn from Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, IIT Bombay, is Preetam Upadhyaya. Next up is from School of Business Management, NMIMS, Mumbai, this is Siddharth Mishra. And last but definitely not the least, from IIIT Bangalore, Kautuk Raj. Those then, ladies and gentlemen, my top 4 or the final 4. And each of them has had a battle to fight to get there. Whether it was those quirky moments in the quarter-final level, the heart-stopping ones that came along in the semi-final. But here they are in the national finale. The top 4 are here today, and this is going to be a battle to watch out for. But all 4 of you, how's it going? Have you found some time finally to prepare, or has it been exams and placements and things like that? What's been happening? Yes, one of you. I mean, it's not a quiz question. There are no points, guys. Give me an answer.
Yeah, this being the national final, this definitely deserves some more effort and dedication than what we have already shown. So yeah, there has been some amount of preparation, but let's see what the quiz has in box for us.
Okay. Preetham?
Yes, so as Kautuk said, I think this being the national final, the gravity of the entire event is finally dawned, and I think there has been some time found, not as much as we'd probably ideally like, but yeah, it's definitely been there.
Okay, Swarn then.
No, the time's never enough to prepare for this event, for the nationals. So yeah, it's been a chaotic week to prepare.
Time is never enough. I love how that seems to be a consistent trend. Siddharth, same problem with you. Time has never not been enough.
Definitely, it feels like no amount of effort is enough. So I hope we all give it our best shot.
Oh wow, wow! I love the modesty, and I can promise you one thing to all my viewers at home. These are 4 quizzers who actually do spend their time. When they mean they're spending time, it's quality time. It's not just going through stuff. It's not just making sure that, okay, maybe I should read 1 or 2 things. This is genuine quality time they've spent, and I can be sure of that. And I'm assuming my questions are also up to those standards, because considering you'll have put in the time and the effort for the national finale, I'm hoping it doesn't become too easy. That's the only thing I can hope for. But I always, Kautuk, you've been quizzing with me for what now? 6, 8 years?
To be honest, I first saw you, Lloyd, in 2010.
Oh, that's almost 11 years now. Okay. This was what, Jamshedpur school quizzing?
Yeah, this was Tata Steel quiz in 2010.
Oh, lovely. Preetham, what I've been seeing you for quite some time right now.
Yes, so I think 2011 is when I attended my first Grey Caps quiz. And,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not get into this further. I'm already feeling old. I don't think I want to add on to that. So it's been a while, and I've seen even Siddharth, I've seen. Swarn for me is a new quizzer. I mean, I haven't really interacted with him too much, but the kind of answers, the quality of answers that all of them come up with will leave you dumbfounded. I can promise you that. So let me quickly go into my quiz here today. It is the national finale. It is Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020. We will begin the quiz with the first of my rounds. It's called Figure It Out. Here it comes. As I enter into my first round, which is Figure It Out, let me quickly tell you guys that this is a 6 rounds of quizzing that we're going to have today. And each of these rounds has got a different version or a type of questions that would come up. I will explain the rounds to you before we start the round, so there's no confusion whatsoever. As for you at home, 6 complete rounds of quizzing, and like I've said in the past with the semi-finals or the quarterfinals, these individuals get an opportunity to answer only the question that they buzz on. Unlike you at home, you get an opportunity to answer all of them. So given that premise, I'm sure you'll be able to score more than them, but that is a challenge. Face that challenge and try and beat my contestant. That's all I can say to you. But for you guys, this round, Figure It Out, which is the first of our rounds, is a round that we've been consistent with in the national finals of the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz. This round is a crossword round. You can pick and choose what you want to play. I will give you a clue based on it. Give me a right answer plus 50. I would give each one of you a chance. There's no particular order as such. I will start with Swarn. I'll move to Preetham, Siddharth, and Kautak. That would be the order of it. Each of you gets one question to open with, but the question choice is yours. The answers are open on the buzzer. The answers, you get to choose a number, okay? You get to choose your number. I give you a clue based on it. All 4 of you get to answer that question. It's a question on the buzzer. Plus 50 if you get it right, minus 50 if you get it wrong. Only one person gets a chance to answer. So best of luck. You can pick and choose whatever you feel the other 3 may not be able to answer, though you don't have much of a choice because the questions would be mine. Pick your lucky numbers. I think the way to work around this would be to pick your lucky numbers and expect the others not to have those as lucky numbers. I can't really think of another way of deciding for this. I will open up one of them. Let me see. I will open up 3 down. Let's play this as an example or a warm-up question. You guys can answer this question for me. I will read the question out. You can answer the question for me, and the same rules of rapid fire or any other text-based questions apply here. If anybody stops me on the buzzer when I'm reading through a question or a clue, I will stop right there. I will not complete the clue. Everybody's good on this? And this is a rule that we've played throughout this quiz, so it's nothing new that I'm springing up on you. So let's begin with the first.
Nothing will appear on screen.
Nothing will appear on screen. Nothing will appear on screen. I will be reading these clues out. It's a regular crossword, okay? So just the way we've played crossword all our lives on newspapers. Okay, number 3 down. Okay, for 3 down, my clue is, according to IQ Air's 2019 World's Most Populated Cities report, this Indian city ranked number 1. This would open up 5 across, 6 across, 7 across, would give you letters in between. So this is 3 down that we are playing. What is 3 down? What could be? Anybody can try. You don't need to buzz. It's an Indian city.
It's Bangalore.
Sorry, Bangalore. I don't fit into the crossword, but that's not the right answer. Anybody else wants to try? Siddharth, yeah.
Trying for Varanasi.
Good try. Swarn, let's warm up at least by giving up answers. Swarn, at least say a name of a city that you like if you're not going to answer.
Mumbai.
Mumbai wouldn't even fit into that, but I like the fact you like Mumbai. Preetham, what about you? You are in Mumbai, so.
New Delhi.
Would not fit in, I presume. DL. Yeah, okay. But the answer there that I was looking for is Ghaziabad. Ghaziabad would have been the right answer. Don't get confused with this question. You all in a crossword. I'll let you in on a little secret. When we are preparing our crosswords, we always have one question that would become an example one. So no, it's almost like a no-brainer, but it would help you guys answer a couple of them because it opens up boxes for us. That's how at least I prepare my crosswords. Okay, so let me go on to, I will start off with Swarn, your choice. What would your choice be?
5.
5 across. Okay, 5 across. Open to everybody on the buzzer, of course. And if you stop me when I'm reading, I will stop right there. A shared passion for ending global water crisis brought Gary White and this Hollywood actor together to create water.org in 2009. Preetham on the buzzer. Yes, Preetham.
This is Matt Damon.
Good answer, Preetham. Plus 50 to you. Matt Damon is the right answer. He begins this national finale with a correct answer, 50 points on the earthian footprints, and a right answer on the crossword. From Swarn, I will move on to Preetham. The turn is yours.
Sorry, I'm not able to see the numbers. I think the one with the D across, 7 across, maybe. I'm not sure.
The one with the letter D.
Yeah,
that one. 7. That is 7 across. Okay. Okay, Preetham chooses 7 across. The question, of course, open to everybody on the buzzer. And according to me, this is a question or a clue that will have everybody trying to pound the buzzers. But that again is according to me. Here is your clue. This book details Henry David Thoreau's experience. Siddharth on the buzzer on this. Yes, Siddharth.
Walden.
You are saying Walden with the most serious and confident look you've given me throughout the quiz. So do I take it that the time that you said was not enough to prepare was not true? Absolutely right. Walden is the right answer. Plus 50 to Siddharth. Gets himself to 50 points and on the earthian footprint and Walden on screen. Siddharth, it's your turn to choose. Yes.
I'll go 1 across.
1 across, all the way across. Okay. This is listen, just be careful with this. Listen to the whole thing is my suggestion. Unless you're superbly sure, then go on the buzzer. This is a type of gardening where plants are cultivated on land that the grower does not own. They usually consider that this land has been neglected or left alone by the person who owns it. Thereby, somebody else grows edible crops or cultivates plants on this particular land. Preetham, go for it.
Say this is guerrilla gardening.
Like how there was guerrilla warfare, you're talking about guerrilla gardening, where people neglect or use land, a land that pretty much is just left by itself. Other people, especially in the last 1 year where the pandemic has been huge, they have been practicing this concept, which a concept even though was been around for almost from 1973. This is from memory, don't hold me onto this is from memory. 1973 is when this concept came in, and people, especially last year, because there was land available and nobody cultivated on it, other people started growing land on this or cultivating on this land. Guerrilla is the right answer. Plus 50 to you, Preetham. A beautiful start to the national finale. Everybody's going great guns. I'm not going to jinx anyone. Swarn, you seem like the only person who, Swarn and Kautak, both of you need to start opening your account because these two boys are off to a start. And that's an interesting synergy happening on my screen here. There's blue, blue, blue and black. And I'm also in black. So let's see how that pans out for you, Kautak. I hope that standing out there gives you good luck is what I hope for you with the next one because the choice is all yours. Swan, buzzer's working, buzzer's working.
I choose 4 across.
4 across, okay, slightly longish, bear with me. This was launched on 21 January 2015 with the aim of bringing together urban planning, economic growth and heritage conservation in an inclusive manner to preserve the heritage character of each heritage city in India. Preetham on the buzzer again. Yes, Preetham.
This is the Hriday program, that Heritage City Development.
National Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana, or the Hriday program, fits perfectly on the crossword. Plus 50 to you, Preetham. Very, very good start. That's a nice way to start off with the first of my rounds. I've got 2 more questions. You guys don't get to choose. I will be liberal enough and choose it for you like I'm doing a favor. I need to finish that crossword, so I'm going to choose this for you. I'm going to do 2 down. I'm going to do 2 down as a question. 2 down is the one that starts with the letter A. This refers, and open to everybody on the buzzer, of course. This refers to a food production system that couples raising aquatic animals such as fish, crayfish, snail or prawn in tanks with cultivating plants in water in a symbiotic environment whereby the nutrient-rich water... Kautuk has waited and waited and waited. He's gone on the buzzer on this. Yes, Kautuk.
AQUA. Aquaculture. It doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit in. Come on. You got the aqua bit right. Minus 50. Siddharth, you wanted to answer? No points though. Go on.
Is this aqua zoning?
Aqua zoning. Swarn, you can try. No points.
Aquaphonics.
Aquaphonics. Aquaphonics is the right answer. Kautuk taking minus 50 on the aquaculture. Wouldn't have fit into that. It is aquaphonics. And I've got one last thing remaining. And I think it's a very apt question to finish round number 1. Figure it out. Here we go. This is your clue to all of you. A word overtly used in 2020 has a Greek origin meaning all and people and the crowd. Preetham again on the buzzer. Yes, Preetham.
Pandemic.
But can you do me a favor? Smile a little and answer. This young man has a problem, and forever that I can remember him, has always had a problem of not smiling while answering. He's too serious about his job, but giving right answers is a tough job. Pandemic is the right answer. Plus 50 to you, Preetham. Very nice way of finishing up with this round. I will do scores at the end of the next round, but for now, let's go on from here and move out of Figure It Out. We will go on to the second of our rounds. This is the national finale of the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020. The second round, visualize this. Here it comes. Okay, this round is plain and simple. I'll show you a visual. Give me what's either the funda or what I'm talking about from the visual. Plus 50 if you get it right, minus 50 if you get it wrong. No negative marking is what something I can't tell you because there is a minus 50. That look on your face, that's priceless. I love confusing people, especially when I get lost in the train of thought of my sentence. I love confusing people. It's good fun. Plus 50, minus 50. Take a look at the visual. Give me what's the funda. Okay, on the first one, all you need to do is tell me what's the funda. Here we go. Question number 1 on the buzzer. This is something that happened a lot last year. A lot of people have been accused of this. Siddharth on the buzzer. That expression doesn't really show me confidence, but go on, Siddharth.
So this is basically the McDonald's arches are socially distancing. So that is what they wanted. They wanted people to be careful during the pandemic and socially distance. So that is why they changed their logo.
They have taken the concept of the virus, which was a part of the pandemic last year, and very similar to a sustainable concept a lot of people get accused of. The concept is greenwashing or ensuring that they do false advertising. This comes under the context of false advertising, even though it was meant to promote, like you very rightly said, to promote social distancing. Okay, but still comes under the concept of green. You've given me the fund. You've explained the funda to me. You haven't told me in as many words, but I'll still give you points on that. All that matters is the right answer. Social distancing, or as part of the greenwashing of virus washing, as it is called. Plus 50 to you, Siddharth. Good answer on this. But why were you not sure? You had that expression that was like, I'm taking a guess.
I was confused between whether to go for the greenwashing thing or the social distancing thing, and it turned out to be both.
It's actually both. So you're technically right on this. Okay, so moving on to the next one. Question number 2. Whose buzzer? Swaran, buzzer's working. You just need to be faster. Okay, question number 2. Here is the visual. These are considered the 4 wheels of which farming concept in India? National finale. Like you guys said, you've taken your time to prepare. I've taken my time to prepare these questions. Interesting concept. Preetham with that not so sure face, but go on.
So this is basically it's natural farming because they're saying that there's no pesticides and all, and you're also, the other aspect is that you're not putting any extra money into it. So it's like zero cost or something like that, and it's all natural farming. So no extra costs, and you're using natural substances.
If you remember during your pre-quarter finals, I think, where I very specifically told you, give me an answer and then give me explanation. So what is your answer?
So I'll say this is like zero extra cost natural farming.
I love the way he condenses everything. The exact words of the concept are zero budget natural farming, ZBNF, which you very nicely broke it down. You read the visual very clearly. There is no extra cost in this. This is all the resultant of the man who's considered the father of ZBNF. This is Padma Shri awardee Shri Subhash Palekar, who has come up with this concept. It's extremely popular in Andhra Pradesh. It helping a lot of farmers out, primarily because there is no cost to it and it's absolutely natural. Very, very sustainable in the way it's presented and very, very need of the hour, especially when it comes to costs. Preetham, plus 50, very good answer. Very, very good answer. Two visual questions, two tough visual questions. Siddharth Mishra, Preetham Upadhyay, very, very good answers to both of you. Moving on to the next one, question number 3. This is pretty straightforward. Don't go overthinking this question, please. I'm showing you an example of a particular concept. You need to tell me what is the concept. Here we go. This is the industrial ecosystem at Kaldenberg Symbiosis. You need to tell me what is this industrial ecosystem an example of? Siddharth on the buzzer. Go for it, Siddharth.
I'll say this is the circular economy.
I told him to not overthink it. Take a look at the visual and a plain and simple answer. This is a circular economy example whereby a byproduct or a residual product of one enterprise is used as a resource by another enterprise, which the visual is a clear example of. And Siddharth Mishra, good answer, plus 50 to you. Plus 50 to you. Very, very good answer. I'm loving the answers here today, and I will continue with the same optimism of getting good answers with question number 4. Do not get tricked by this. You need to tell me whatever I'm going to show you gives us an origin or a root for a particular term. Okay? Don't overthink it. Do not overthink it. Okay? Question number 4. Tell me what term gets its root from this. Our common future. The World Commission on Environment and Development. This was published on October 1987, in October 1987 by the United Nations through the Oxford University Press. All you need to tell me is what term or terms get their roots from this. It's popularly known by another name. That's the reason I have this question, because not too many people know of this. This is the lesser heard version. Swarn, finally on the buzzer. Nobody else is stopping him on this. Yes, Swarn, what is the term or terms?
Is it sustainable development?
Swarn says sustainable development. Absolutely right. Plus 50 to you, Swarn. This is our Common Future publication of the United Nations from 1987. Commonly known as the 1987 Brundtland Report. Everybody knows the second part to it. Not too many people have heard of our Common Future, the publication. That's the reason at the national finale, I thought I'll trip up the teams a little, but apparently not. They're very, very well prepared. Swarn Srivatsa gets a plus 50 for sustainable development. That, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the end of the second round. It's time for the earthian footprints coming up for you on your screen. Early days, we've just done with 2 rounds. It's a 6-round finale, 2 rounds done. Kautuk on minus 50, unnecessary minus 50 on that, Kautuk. Swarn finally managed to get that sustainable development right with a plus 50. Siddharth Mishra going very good guns at 150, but with some absolutely straightforward, no smile answers, because apparently that helps his cause. No smile answers. Preetham Upadhyay with 250 points, leading this finale. Very, very interesting. We're done with the earthian footprints. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next round. This one is quick ones, and we've got a little bit of surprise for you. Here it comes. I promised you a surprise in this round, and there will be a surprise. Guys, this round you're going to have 4 guest quiz masters, and each of them is from Wipro Limited. All the 4 gentlemen, I would first start off by saying thank you very much for taking time off and doing this for us. These gentlemen will be asking you the questions. All you need to do is go on the buzzer, give me the right answer, and you get your plus 50. If you get it wrong, of course you know that this is a minus 50. So I'm hoping all of you are good to go. Questions will come up as they read them up for you, and just go on the buzzer. That's all you need to do. But let me start off by introducing to you the first of my guest quiz masters. This is P.S. Narayan, Global Head Sustainability and Social Initiatives, Wipro Limited. Narayan, question is all yours.
Which renowned Convention was co-founded in the late 1960s by Iskandar Feroz, the then Environment Minister of Iran, Luke Hoffman of the Tour de Valade Research Institute in France, and Geoffrey Matthews of the Wildfowl Trust at Slimbridge, United Kingdom.
Search Kautuk Raj on the buzzer. Yes, Kautuk.
It's the Ramsar Convention.
But according to my friend Kautuk Raj here, his answer is Ramsar Convention. I will come back to you, Kautuk. Kautuk, you're saying Ramsar Convention. Why exactly? Can you explain anything? Or is it just the names that you're going on?
No, it's something that I read and I'm going for it.
You're saying this is the Ramsar Convention on wetlands of international importance, especially as waterfowl habitat. And the conference was adopted, which adopted the terms of the agreement, was held in an Iranian Caspian Sea resort of Ramsar on 2nd February 1971. That is what the answer is, and that means Kautuk Raj gets himself a plus 50. That is an excellent answer. Plus 50 to you. Okay then, now is the time for the second question of this round, and that means my second guest quiz master. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Deepak Jain, advisor, Wipro Foundation, and ex-global head, internal audit, Wipro Limited. Mr. Jain, question is yours.
Hi, here is the question. This secure facility lies in a high altitude mountain pass called Changla in Ladakh, India. This was built in 2010 by Defense Institute of High Altitude Research and National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources. This facility is the second largest facility of its kind in the world. What are we talking about?
Go on the buzzer.
I'll say this is like a seed vault, like the Svalbard seed vault, but the second largest in the world.
So I need a second largest is there. You've got the seed vault part, but I need a full answer on this. Yeah, can't give you points on this. I'll still give you another attempt though. Siddharth is saying seed vault. I can't give you points on that. You're not incorrect, but I need the proper answer for me to give you those points.
I'll say it's called the Jeevan seed vault.
It's called the Indian seed vault, as simple and plain as that. It's not the Jeevan seed vault. I was talking, it's an establishment on its own. It's called the Indian seed vault. And you've got Ladakh, India there. You've got Natural Bureau there. I thought this was an easier question. Siddharth guessed everything around the question, but did not give me the right answer. I am going to give him a minus 50 on this. I can't give him a plus point on that. It's named differently. It's almost like someone calling you Swarn and you're going to start answering as Siddharth. So that wouldn't be possible, right? I will have to give you a minus 50 on that. A little bit of history on this for you guys. The Beej Bachao Andolan, or the Save the Seeds movement, which began in the 1980s in Uttarakhand, was led by one Vijay Jardhari. Seed banks, the origin of seed banks in India is where this comes from, but this particular one, which has been built at Ladakh in India, is the second largest in the world. It is the Indian seed bank. It's something we need to be proud of as a nation, that we are making such concrete steps to doing things sustainably. Okay then, moving on to the next one, question number 3. This one is going to be another of my guest quiz masters, Hari Hegde, Global Head Operations, Wipro Limited. Sir, question is all yours.
Now, the question to you, my friends, is the Haken-NL protocol, also commonly known as the COCO protocol, is an international agreement that was first framed to end what type of exploitation in the cocoa industry?
Preetham Upadhyay on the buzzer. Yes, Preetham.
Say this is use of child labor. So, cocoa industry in Ghana, etc., they're not really, I mean, they're associated with using childs to collect seeds from those plants.
Okay.
And this is frowned upon. So, child labor.
So, your answer is child labor. The Haken-Engel protocol prevents the exploitation of child labor? I am going to give you a -50 because you gave me the answer without a smile. Like, smile a little, man. You've got a good answer, and it's a very, very good answer. This is the child labor that we are talking about. Forced labor or child labor or exploitation of children. It was something that Senator Tom Harkins and Representative Elliot Engel came up with in 2001, all the way back, where they realized that children are being exploited a lot with the cocoa industry, and as an industry they came together to ensure a protocol called the Harkin-Engel protocol, which has got 6-point paradigm available to ensure child labor is taken care of at its roots. And it's helping the community, it's helping children across all these plants where there is cocoa production, and hopefully it makes for a better world. I will move on to my last of my quick ones. This again by another guest quiz master, and ladies and gentlemen, proud to introduce to you Mr. Rishad Premji, the chairman, Wipro Limited. Rishad, all over to you. The question is yours.
This management principle is said to have been first introduced in an article in the Harvard Business Review back in 2011. This management principle states that a company's competitiveness and the well-being of its communities are mutually dependent. What is this principle called?
Swarn on the buzzer. He's not looking that confident to me, but yes, Swarn.
Henry Fail principle. Henry Fail.
I can't hear you. Can you say that again?
It's Henry Fail principle. Henry Fail.
Spell that. I'm really sorry I'm doing this to you, Swarn, but can you spell it for me?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Henry Fail.
No.
Fail.
Henry Fail, right? That's what you said?
Yes, sir, yes.
Yeah, that is the incorrect answer. It's not the Henry Fail principle. -50 to you, Siddharth. The competitiveness of a company and the health of the communities around it are mutually dependent. This concept or principle that was first created from the Harvard Business Review 2011 article is the creating shared value principle, or the concept of creating shared value, where the organization and the community synergize and go along together. The credit for this, of course, goes to Michael E. Porter and Mark R. Kramer, who came up with this in the Harvard Business Review article in 2011. Swan, I'm sorry about that. It's not the Henry Fail principle. -50 to you. I will go on to the end of this round. But before I finish this round, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all my 4 guest quiz masters. It's not easy, especially with such busy schedules, to take their time off to come and be a part of this event for us. Thank you so much for doing that for us. But that brings me to the end of Quick Ones. From Quick Ones, we'll move on to something where individuals need to think a little more, a little extra, go the extra mile. It's the out of the box round. Here it comes. Okay then, out of the box is the round, and this round is all about lateral thinking. Each of you, or rather all 4 of you, get common questions, 4 of them in all. And considering you've been quizzing long enough, you know how the out of the box or the lateral thinking round rolls. I'm going to give you 3 clues on screen, or 3 visuals. You need to put together and give me a final answer. We can discuss the connection or each individual category or part that form the collective later, but I need the answer first. And for everybody's knowledge, the first 4, or rather the 4 questions, are all Indian personalities as answers. So please think Indian personalities as an answer. You can give me the explanation as to why you're saying someone that is X or Y or Z is the correct answer later, but first I need a full answer. All good? Any doubts? No doubts. Okay, you all have played this round enough number of times, so it's not something new. Question number 1, identify an Indian environmentalist for me from this. For 50 points, it's the national finale. Anybody going on the buzzer? It's not that difficult. I will just add on to this. Of course, this person has been honored with the Padma Shri. That is a sandbar. What you see as a visual is a sandbar. And this person has been the subject of a children's book named after him, of course. That is the picture from the children's book. Nobody going on the buzzer. Let me add one more clue to this. He is a forestry worker. Oh, forestry worker. Kautuk Raj, yes, on the buzzer. You need to unmute.
Yeah, this person is the forest man of India. His first name is Jadav.
And what is his second?
Jadav Pyang.
Jadav.
I'll go with Jadav Pyang.
Payeng. The way you want to pronounce it, it's a name of a person. How you pronounce it is up to you. Can you break that down a little more further?
Do I repeat it again?
No, not the. You've given me the answer. I'm saying break down my elements on screen.
Okay, so he's known as the forest man of India. This sand dunes which we see on screen, this was shown in a book for children comics, and he has of course won the Padma Shri. And this person I think is a cartoon character created by him.
Okay, the so-called explanation that you gave me just now, Kautuk, with Padma Shri and the cartoon is the clues that I gave you. Like I said before, he gave me parts of an explanation which I gave him, but that is the right answer. I'm just looking at the final answer. It's Jadav Payeng, who is the forest man of India. Very good answer, Kautuk, plus 50 to you. The sandbar bit, anybody wants to explain that sandbar bit to me? No points. You will get my love and affection for free.
Yeah, I think he planted trees along the Brahmaputra river, if I remember correctly. So maybe this has something to do with the sandbar.
Perfect, Siddharth. Why didn't you go on the buzzer?
I don't know.
It's the national finale. Sometimes you need to take some risk. It's the sandbar on the river Brahmaputra that he turned into a reserve forest. He is known as the forest man of India, Jadav Payeng, plus 50, Kautuk Raj. Okay, next one. Person again, Indian. Here we go. Environmentalist. Question number 2. When I grow up, I want to be a tiger. Tiger Link. And that is the Carl Zeiss Wildlife Conservation Award, awarded to this Indian in 2007. The tiger part is huge. Swarn, yes, you've gone on the buzzer.
Kailash Shankala.
Aye, minus 50. Somehow not your day, at least so far. I'm hoping the tide turns in the remaining parts of the round. This is Prerna Singh Bindra, who I'm talking about. She's a part of the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, to assess the management effectiveness of tiger reserves in the IUCN framework. Of course, she's won the Carl Zeiss Award. She's written a book called When I Grow Up, I Want to Be a Tiger, and Tiger Link is a magazine that she edits. It's a journal. That is Prerna Singh Bindra, minus 50 to Swan. I will go on to my next question. This one's workable. I promise you it's not that tough, but this is definitely workable. Personality, Indian, environmentalist. Here we go. Come on, guys. 50 years of Green Revolution. Preetham Upadhyay, yes, on the buzzer.
I'll say this is MS Swaminathan.
Explain.
So he was responsible for the Green Revolution along with Norman Borlaug. I think he won the World Food Prize for his contributions in that high yield varieties of wheat, etc., bringing those to India. Not sure of the other one.
That is the logo of the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. If you didn't know that, you will learn it here at Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz. Preetham, plus 50 to you. Excellent answer. That is MS Swaminathan. Very, very right answer. Plus 50 is what he takes, and he moves on to an insane number of 350, but that's for later. Let's just go on to my last question on this. Here we go. Another Indian. Human-leopard interaction or conflict issues from 2003. She has been a huge part of that study. WCS India, and the T.N. Kushu Memorial Award in 2012. Big name. The leopard bit is the big clue there. No buzzers. Okay, finally no buzzers. After all the pounding the buzzers have taken throughout this quiz, suddenly this round is testing their limits. But on that note, the answer to that question is Vidya Atreya. Vidya Atreya, the leopard expert. The human-leopard interaction is something that she has been working on for the longest time from 2003. She initially joined WCS India in 2011, and of course she's been awarded the T.N. Kushu Memorial Award in 2012. So that was Vidya Atreya. I'm not sure if you guys are matching up to the standards of my contestants or you're doing better than them. Again, that interaction level is not available for me, but I'm hoping you're doing better than them, if that's a possibility, because I've been getting some outstanding answers from my participants. Having said that, that brings me to the end of round number 4. And with the end of round number 4, it's the time for the earthian footprints. Here it comes. Okay, Swan just having an off day so far. I will add the words so far because he's a very good quizzer and he's at -50. Not his style of quizzing, but I'm hoping he'd get better from there. Or maybe the buzzer has not been too kind on him because he seems to be coming second on the buzzer as compared to others on -50. Kautuk on 50 points can do better. I have always said this to you from ever since I can remember, you can do better. So 50 is not a number I would appreciate on the earthian footprints for you. Siddharth Mishra, if ever you don't land up catching up with him, please curse sandbar and please start using the word Indian more often. Start introducing yourself as Indian Siddharth Mishra if that helps. Okay, I'm just kidding on that. And last two people on the earthian footprints is currently Siddharth Mishra with 100 on second place. But ladies and gentlemen, consistent, whether smiling or not, some outstanding answers. 2 more rounds to go, but Preetham Upadhyay leading this national finale with 350 points. Would it mean that he's going to go on from here and be crowned champion, or is someone else going to catch on to him? 2 more rounds to play. Let's wait and watch. But for now, let me enter my penultimate round. Here it comes. This is the word power round, my penultimate round. If you've been following us, you know how the word power round works. You're going to get a clue, a couple of boxes below, a couple of letters thrown in. Read the clue, give me an answer. I know exactly how you guys play this round. You'll take a look at the boxes. You'll try and fit in words. Please remember, this is the national finale. Don't do that and take negatives. Don't be silly about it. Please concentrate on the question as much as you can. 4 questions here, of course. That would mean 200 points available. Siddharth, you can come really close to Preetham if you manage to get all those 200 points. Actually, those 200 points make a difference to all 3 of you. You all can move a little closer to Preetham. Preetham, 200 means it's your way of trying to stretch that lead out. How this is going to play out is completely up to them. But for me, I will start off with the first of my questions. He is an American science, nature and travel writer and the author of 15 books. His most winning work of literature is this book called Spillover. Preetham Upadhyay on the buzzer. Yes, Preetham.
This is David Quammen.
Spell that for me.
DAVID QUAMMEN.
Plus 50 to you. Plus 50 to you. The moment he, I am guessing you went on Spillover.
Yes.
Spillover would have been the clue there because that is absolutely David Quammen's most award-winning book, and it's a seriously interesting read where he examines the emergence and causes of new diseases all over the world, describing it as a process as spillover, where illness actually originates in the wild animals, and then there is a progression onto human beings. If you haven't read it, go up, pick up a book and you should read it. It's a very interesting read. Not that I have read it. I don't want to give you false promises. This is from the summary that I picked out for a question. Okay, then that's one question on my round number 5. And of course, Preetham, very good answer on that. The next one is, there are two answers that can come out of this, but the boxes are exactly the same. It doesn't change. Either answer I will give you points, so nothing to worry about. Okay, here we go. This refers to the release of airborne particles or chemicals dubbed volatile organic compounds or VOCs from common household products. Potential sources range from construction materials to carpeting, cabinetry, furniture, paint, or any number of household goods. Kautuk Raj on the buzzer. Yes, Kautuk, what is your answer?
Off-gassing. OFFGASSING.
Siddharth has got this nod that, yeah, he's got it right. Please give him the points. But Siddharth, why aren't you going on the buzzer on this? I mean, were you not sure or what's the scene? Not sure. Okay. Off-gassing is what it was. And what could have been the other answer? Anybody wants to try? No negative marking, don't worry. Okay, the two terms with which this type of airborne pollution that we do not take seriously but is a serious concern, a serious health concern that a lot of architects and interior designers are working on. One of the primary ways where they're trying to solve this problem is trying to bring out low or less volatile organic compounds that do not have health hazards, but hopefully it's a work in progress and hopefully they'll find a solution to it. But the other term that I was looking for is outgassing. It's OFF gassing or OUT gassing. So every time you smell new paint or your duvet gives out a nice odor, that odor is not particularly a healthy one at that. So all of us need to be a little careful. Read up on this concept. It's outgassing or off-gassing. Enough articles available online. Please read up on it. It will help your own cause. Moving on to next one. But before that, my young man Kautuk Raj with a very confident off-gassing answer will get a plus 50. Okay, from Kautuk Raj to my next question. Question number 3 on the word power round. Here we go. This is the main international convention covering prevention of pollution of the marine environment by ships from operational or accidental causes. Adopted on 2nd November 1973. Yes, Preetham on the buzzer again. What is your answer?
Marpol Convention.
So what would Marpol stand for?
No, but
don't complicate. I'm not asking you to give you points. I'm asking you to use logic and reason. What could Marpol stand for?
So marine. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Finish it, Preetham. You got it. Marine what?
Okay, so pollution.
Exactly, it's marine pollution. That's why I said all I needed was a simple. The idea of this being an education program or a part of an outdoors educational program is the fact that we want to teach our young people something new and at the same time make them enjoy it. Marpol, everybody knows that as a convention. This is a convention for the International Convention for Prevention of Pollution from Ships. That is the Marpol convention, but Marpol stands for marine pollution. That, Preetham Upadhyay, gives you plus 50. That would mean plus 50 to you. Okay, last one. According to me, this is a tough one. Okay, this is a tough one. I found this randomly because it's not something that I would have even thought of during my research. It's something when you go from link to link to link while researching, I found this. According to me, it's a tough one. But that smile on Kautuk's face has always been, when I say tough one, people have always cracked it with ease. So best of luck to you guys. Here comes the last one of this round. The penultimate round, word power, question number 4. This is an environmental label in Germany that has been awarded to particularly environmental friendly products and services since 1978. Oh, okay, Kautuk.
My answer is Blue Angel.
He had a smile when I said my tough questions turn out to be easy. Spring of a buzzer, Blue Angel, plus 50 to you, Kautuk. Plus 50 to you. Very, very good answer. Or maybe sometimes it's just that my range of research surprises me, but does not surprise these guys who prepare so much, who of course will make statements like, we haven't found the time, we haven't prepared as much. Though we have given respect to it to be a national finale, our preparation has been inadequate. You listen to things like this from quizzers, but these are extremely well prepared quizzers. Plus 50 to you, Kautuk. Good answer. That brings me to the end of my penultimate round. The earthian footprints, one more round to go, looks something like this. Swarn on -50, Siddharth Mishra on 100, Kautuk Raj on 150. But ladies and gentlemen, one more round to go. It's almost an unassailable lead. Preetham Upadhyay, the young man who's scored with every single round at 450 points. Great going, guys. Great going. One more round to go. Let's see what we can do with this round and how you guys figure out the last one. Final countdown. Here it comes. The last round, this is a round which is familiar to everyone from the semi-finals. This is two different clues that will appear 50 points with both the clues. You basically get two different chances to answer the same answer. On the first clue is plus 50, on the second clue is plus 50. The negative remains the same. The person who goes on the first clue gets it right, gets a plus 50. I move on to the second question. If you get it wrong, the other three get another opportunity to score plus 50, but with a completely different clue that leads to the same answer. Any doubts? My finalists don't have doubts. I hope you don't have doubts at home. Take a look at these. You get two different opportunities to try and score, even if you mess up on the first one. That is not an opportunity my finalists have. So here's wishing my finalists the best of luck. Question number one, clue number one. This is their logo, of course. Something Indian, think India. It's an organization, think India. That's their logo. Plus 50, minus 50, no one risking this. I will go on to my second clue, which is a text-based clue. All four of you still have the opportunity on the second clue. In 1986, they received the Right Livelihood Award for preserving the traditional cultures and values of Ladakh against the onslaught of tourism and development. Swarn on the buzzer on this. Yes, Swarn.
Ladakh Ecological Development Group.
Ladakh Ecological Development Group. But you have completely missed out one word, so I'm going to give you a minus 50. No, not with that face. Don't worry, Swarn. Don't make that face to me. Ladakh Ecological Development and Environmental Group. Ladakh it is, but perfectly all right. You've given me almost the whole thing. Plus 50 to you. It's something that got established independently way back in 1983 with Helena Norberg Hodge, one of the primary people contributing towards its establishment. Ladakh it is, or Ladakh Ecological Development and Environmental Group. Plus 50 to Swarn. Question number 2 on the final countdown. Here is a clue. Here we go. Working towards a sustainable environment is this logo. Think India. Think India, think government. You can give me an acronym as an answer, I'll take it as an answer. You don't need to expand the acronym. No buzzers. Okay, clue number 2. This was implemented by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change by the end of the 6th 5-year plan as a plan scheme for collection, collation, storage, retrieval and dissemination of information about the environment. Kautuk on the buzzer. Yes, Kautuk.
It's the Environmental Information System.
Or what would be the acronym?
Environmental Information System, EIS.
Environmental Information System, or ENVIS, ENVIS. You missed out the EN, but not to worry. You gave me the answer. Environmental Information System from the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Very good answer, Kautuk. Plus 50 to you. Takes you to 200. Last question coming up for you on your screen. They began in 1967 as a scrappy group of scientists and a lawyer on Long Island, New York, USA, fighting to save the osprey, ospreys are birds, from the toxic pesticide DDT. Using scientific evidence, their founders got DDT banned nationwide. Huge organization. Okay, no buzzers. I've got one more clue. 450 points still. This is the... Oh, Kautuk Raj on the buzzer. Yes, Kautuk.
It's the Environmental Defense Fund.
Non-profit environment advocacy group is known for their work on issues including global warming, ecosystem restoration and human health. Plus 50 to you, Kautuk. 1967 Ospreys, I thought that was a giveaway. Didn't even think of it? Ah, okay. At least he's being honest about it. He didn't think about it. The logo is what got him to the answer. Plus 50 to Kautuk. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of the national finale of the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020. It's been an amazing journey from 4,000 to the one ultimate winner. Let's quickly have a look at the Earthian footprints. That then brings us to the end of the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Earthian footprints, all the way, his score may not reflect what he would have wanted because this young man is an extremely good quizzer. Swarn Srivatsava from Hardcore Butler Technical University, finishing All India 4th. Great job, Swarn. Absolutely great job. I would have possibly wanted to see you with a much better score than what you already did get. But as it is, he finishes 4th, finishing 3rd with a 100-pointer after the sandbag question, which possibly should have been at 150. I know I'm annoying you about the sandbag and the Indian part to it, but when you see good quizzers and you see them making silly errors, that's what irks you as a quiz master a bit. But finishing 3rd all over India for the 2020 edition, Siddharth Mishra from School of Business Management, NMIMS, congratulations to you. Very, very good quizzing. Now for the runner-up, possibly started late in the national finale, trying to catch up the eventual winner. Kautuk Raj, Triple IT Bangalore with 250 points, finishing national runner-up. Congratulations, Kautuk. Very, very good job. And nothing to take away from the fact that the young man managed to overcome a challenge of almost 4,000. That would be a challenge because even though you're not possibly in the same space quizzing, there are different quarterfinals and pre-quarterfinals that come along with it. But that is a challenge that gets opened out to 4,000 to reach the pinnacle. And there's just been one man who's managed to reach the pinnacle. Ladies and gentlemen, Preetham Upadhyay from Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, IIT Bombay, is our Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020 champion. Congratulations to you, Preetham. Very, very good job. And as for you as viewers, thank you so much for being here. That brings us to the end of the Wipro Earthian Sustainability Quiz 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Earthian footprints, you did just see Preetham Upadhyay all the way from Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, IIT Bombay, being the 2020 champion. Every year we've seen great participation and great outcomes. This year too has been absolutely wonderful for us, this journey and this experience. I hope you have enjoyed this too. At the outset, I would like to thank everybody from the sustainability team of Wipro Limited because it is a challenge, it is an effort. Trying to ensure an event like this becomes an annual property. Kudos to them for doing a brilliant job, and this we are on the 6th edition. We are almost done with our 6th edition and we have our 2020 champion. That then brings me to the end of this particular program. I hope you have enjoyed this journey along with us. I am Lloyd Saldana. Until next season, take care.
प्रीतम उपाध्याय को आपने देखा, IIT Bombay, and Kautuk Raj from Triple IT Bangalore, the winners of this sustainability quiz. Or oh my God, you were wondering how do all these questions के लिए prepare कैसे करते हैं लोग? And of course the quiz master with all that set of questions and the Wipro team helping them. तो ये मतलब this is something to work on. And if you are somebody who loves quiz की जो सवाल पूछे जाएं उसके चक 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 ऐसे आप जवाब देने वालों में से हैं, तो I think in the years to come, you could also be in this quiz contest. और मैं तो देखती रहूँगी because I always have a very soft corner for Wipro Earthians. You do us so proud, joining us from schools, from states, right across this fantastic desh of ours. With that, it's time for me to say कि अब तो शो खत्म होने वाला है. Wipro Earthian Award 2020. And for those of you who have been joining since morning, खाना वाना खाया, did you also have little snacks and these things along with your teachers and your parents and everybody watching. Go ahead, celebrate your awards. It's a very special one. And of course, talk about it. Post it also on your social media accounts on your schools. And colleges. As for me, I totally missed watching and seeing all of you meeting, taking those photographs you all used to take. We used to do lots of Facebook lives, but that's fine. This next year, of course, we can always catch up with what we have probably missed out on this season. But do keep in touch in case you're on Instagram or Facebook. I'm Vasanthi Hariprakash there, spelled like a South Indian with Vasanthi. Right? So it's Vasanthi Hariprakash signing off with this entire hardworking team that you don't see behind me, but who have been invisibly, बिल्कुल चुपचाप जो काम किए जा रहे हैं, and even flow की तरफ से भी नमस्कार सभी को. Have yourself a great 2021 and go ahead and do fantastic things. Namaskara and bye-bye for now.